believe we are all here and accounted for. Go ahead. It is 7 o'clock. We'll go ahead and begin the meeting. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the San Bruno City Council meeting, February the 23rd, 2021. Call this meeting to order. And City Clerk, may we have roll, please?
Yes. Councilmember Hamilton?
Here.
Councilmember Mason? Councilmember Salazar?
Here.
Vice Mayor Marty Medina?
Here.
Mayor Rico Medina?
Here. And I have asked, and graciously he has accepted the Vice Mayor to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance tonight.
Everybody ready? All right. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. We'll move on to item number 3, public comments for items not on the agenda. Individuals will be allowed 3 minutes. It is the council's policy to refer matters raised in this forum to staff for investigation and or action where appropriate. The Brown Act prohibits the council from discussing or acting upon any matter not agendized pursuant to state law. And we go ahead and, City Clerk, I'll turn it over to you, please.
Yes. First we have Bo Smith. One moment, I'm having trouble unmuting Mr. Smith.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. So I just wanted to start out first we're just thanking the mayor and the council for showing up, and Rico and Rico Medina and Marty Medina and Linda Mason showing up for the community cleanup. And then I know even Tom got into the spirit of it, cleaning up on his own because he wasn't able to make it. And I just want to really let you all know that I very much appreciate that for showing support. And it's making a difference, and the community's getting inspired. There's a lot of people to thank, but I have 3 minutes here. I mean, the American Legion got involved. The Sikh community came out and served us food. The San Bruno Park School District, there's a particular teacher that invited the whole Parkside leadership students, the 7th and 8th grade students, to join for credit on their third quarter leadership checklist. And of course, there's the Highlands Christian School students who turned out last month and this month again. And then Recology for setting up the dumpster. The Public Works Department, the Lions Club gave us pickers. The San Bruno Community Tool Library is holding those pickers for us. The Cappuccino Environmental Club came out again. And of course, the supervisor, David Canapia. I have a hard time saying that. But I'm so glad that he came out to show support. So I have 1 minute and 36 seconds left. I have to say, there's really been no movement on the Caltrain or Caltrans doing anything on the on-ramps and off-ramps and the freeways. And it's really sad. The amount of apathy that seems to be set in among our leaders where this garbage has just become the norm is really disappointing. And I know that the council has been in work and talks with Caltrans trying to do something about that, but they're not moving. And, any kind of excuse around the amount of garbage that's on the road is just, to me, it's unconscionable, not to have any movement. To let it just sit there and let us drive by that squalor day after day after day. And the message we're giving our children is we don't really care. That it doesn't really matter to have a clean environment. But it does matter. And it's kind of like a pain in the neck you don't know you have until it's gone. And that's what's happened. It's sort of built up so slowly over such a long period of time. We don't even see it. You don't even see the mental effect that it has on us. So I'm out of time, and I wish you would all talk to each other and reach out to each other and communicate to our officials. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Tim O'Brien or Raina. It could be either one. One moment.
Actually, it's Raina. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak tonight. I actually was going to say just what Bo has said. There is something we need to do because that's unacceptable. It's unacceptable. Our city is we're getting trash from every angle, every neighborhood. It is unacceptable. We basically have to do something. As a resident, it is so sad to see that people don't even think that, or they think it's okay to dump all this trash on our cities, on our neighborhood, and our children. Like Bo said, our children, the next generation. What are we saying? What is the message we are sending to them? But that's one point. I also want to praise everyone, including the young children, who were ready to pick up trash. So yeah, thank you so much. It's incredible how the community came together to make this event, another event, a success. So thank you so much, and looking forward to a better clean and better clean San Bruno. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Stephen Seymour or Sandra Perez Vargas.
Hello, it's me, and then after myself, Sandra will speak too.
Okay.
So, Bo and Raina said a lot, and both thanked a lot of people. I had a whole lot of people to thank some of, but I'm going to go ahead and, so I'll reach out to some others. We had 80 plus people show up. We had more than 75 sign in, but there were a lot of children, I think, that didn't sign in, a lot of students. I really want to thank Sean Quinn and Tim O'Brien, and I want to thank Andy Jones and Riley Gibbons and Lizzie Brown and Marty Medina, because there were 3 pickup trucks that were driving on the route on Saturday, and these 3 pickup trucks were the ones that were able to take the stuff that was on the streets and the bags that were filled by the people that were out there and move them over to Bel Air, where Recology had staged a dumpster. And, I thought a dumpster would be enough, but we filled that dumpster. We could have filled nearly 3 dumpsters on Saturday worth of stuff that was picked up off of our streets. And I think that really points to the problem that Bo was talking about, which is, in many ways, we've just become numb to this. Some of us have become numb to this, but those who live in neighborhoods where this trash collects, we're not. I'm very happy that there's a subcommittee and that Councilmember Hamilton and Medina are on it, and I know they're working hard and speaking to a lot of people for us to find a way that the community and the city can work together. I do want to correct one thing that Bo said. Tom Hamilton was there that day. Bo was working hard. We were all working hard, so some of us might have missed each other. But Mr. Canepa came out, Supervisor Canepa, and presented a commendation to the city, or not to the city, to the community. We had others that were out there. We had students from St. Robert. Some of them have already reached out to me to get their volunteer hours. And the teacher that Bo mentioned was Shauna Marie, who had students from her class come. We had a videographer there working on a PSA that hopefully maybe can be used by the city. We also had a radio station out there, Yusette Salazar. Today I was walking and I saw a banner in Pacifica and it acknowledged our essential workers. I'm hoping that maybe we can do something like that in San Bruno. I want to also acknowledge that our mayor, Rico Medina, is now on the Transit Authority, and we're really hoping that relationship that you have there will help to clean up some of these lots, like the Caltrans lot that we cleaned on Saturday. The next cleanup will be March 20th. We're still determining where we'll go. And I really hope that more people get involved. In fact, many have. These cleanups are happening on their own throughout the city and neighborhoods, not even on the days that we schedule them. And I think the community is doing a good job, and collectively we can do better. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and we'll hold on the line for our next speaker.
Hi, it's Sandra Perez Vargas. People have been talking about going numb. I mean, just seeing all this garbage over the years. I'm not numb. It stings every single time I step out of my house. It's just a personal, it's offensive to me that we have allowed our city decline to the point where it's hard to play catch up. And that I don't know what kind of action could have or should have been taken against Caltrain and BART, but the fact that this has been allowed to go so long, and COVID comes along and it's now, well, this is a COVID problem, but it's really not. This is a management problem. It's not a COVID problem. This should never have been allowed to get to where it's at. But I am inspired. The other day I was driving by Caltrains and I see this gentleman walking with a picker, a dog, and a bucket. So I came right back and I introduced myself, and this is a guy who's unemployed, and he says he was super inspired for the last cleanup, and he said he's not going to wait for a group. So while he's out there walking, looking for work, he's out there cleaning up. And I did want to suggest something, like we see a lot of carts. A lot of this stuff is getting hauled around with carts from the grocery stores. Maybe we should request any business in San Bruno should have locks on the carts of the wheels, so they can't just pull them off their lots, where they lock in place once they get like so many feet outside of their territory. And we should really be encouraging all our residents to stop using all the coffee cups when you go to, like, say, Starbucks or all these other places where disposable. Let's encourage them to reuse their own, take them home, wash them. And then we also have oh my gosh, his name is slipping, Gus Six, who also has jumped into this cleaning on his own. He's been putting on the Bruno Now page how much he's been cleaning up, masks, gloves. So, kudos to him. And a great suggestion that somebody brought, when you're throwing masks away, before you toss them, clip them. Just clip the bands. Animals are getting caught up in those, and that's not good for them. That's just not good for us. And just a huge shout out to Dave Canova, our supervisor. I mean, it's always great to see him, but it's embarrassing that he has to come out because our city's filthy. But you know what? It was awesome to see him not just show up and give us like a letter acknowledging our efforts. He stayed and he worked, and he was there with his son, and he picked the litter away. So that's always great. I really appreciate the boots on the ground effort. Thanks again to everybody, and especially huge shout out to our new partnership with the Sea community. They provided a free meal for all our volunteers. Vegan, delicious. So see you at the next cleanup. I'm out of time.
Thank you for your comments. And now we have our last speaker, please.
Nancy Foreman.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, whenever you're ready.
All right. I got two quick things. First of all, Melissa, I want to give you a big shout out and a thank you. You're doing such an excellent job at facilitating all these meetings. I really appreciate it. And second of all, I'd like to see if the council would consider a section of their meetings reserved to answer some of the questions that are asked during public comment. That's it.
Thank you.
Nancy, I almost didn't move my finger fast enough, but thank you for your comments. You caught me off guard. Thank you, everybody, for your comments this evening. And with that, we will move on to item number 4. Announcements and presentations. Receive update on COVID-19 response efforts. And we're going to turn this over to Jennifer Donaldson.
Thank you. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Jennifer Dianos, and I'm the Assistant to the City Manager for the City of San Bruno. And I'm here this evening on behalf of our EOC Public Information Team to provide you an update on COVID-19. we have the presentation up there on the screen. You should be able to see that. Tonight, I will go over our current status on the blueprint for a safer economy, our county statistics. I'll review information on the COVID-19 vaccine availability. We'll go over a few resources, and we'll finish with city programming. And of course, I'll be available for questions at the end of the presentation. And I'll start with the status on the blueprint for a safer economy. Earlier today, the state released an updated status on the blueprint, and San Mateo County moved into the red tier, or the substantial tier. That's tier number 2 in the blueprint. And this is excellent news. It means that our county metrics are trending downward, and that they meet the benchmark requirements to slowly move towards reopening our economy. I do want to remind everyone that although this is great news and a long-awaited for change, it does not mean that we should let our guards down, and in fact, we need to stay vigilant in mask wearing and distancing and hand washing, all to keep that downward trend progress continuing. You can see the statistics there on the screen are all consistent with the red tier. So being in the red tier, do we all remember actually what that means? We were in this tier a while back, and I'm going to say that was November-ish time frame of last year. On the screen is the list of modifications and allowable indoor operations. That includes hair and nail salons, restaurants and places of worship at 25% capacity indoors, or 100 people, whichever is fewer. Museums, zoos, aquariums, all at 25% capacity indoors. Movie theaters at 25% capacity, or 100 people, whichever is fewer. Gyms, fitness centers at 10% capacity indoors. And malls can increase capacity to 50% with modifications. Businesses that have questions about what is or is not allowed should visit covid19.ca.gov/safer-economy, where more information is available, including full guidance on operations by business category. And there's a link on the presentation, which you'll find on our website soon.
Excuse me, Jennifer? Mr.
Yes.
Mayor? There's an echo. I don't know if it can be resolved somewhere where Jennifer is. At least I'm hearing it. No?
I don't hear an echo.
Oh, my fault.
I don't hear one either.
Okay.
I haven't either, but if I do, then we'll pause.
Okay, we don't hear an echo here in the conference room. I'll continue, and if you continue to hear that, just stop us again. In San Mateo County, there have been a total of 38,427 positive COVID-19 cases and a total of 502 deaths. In San Bruno, there's been a total of 2,152 positive cases locally. I'll take a moment to shift from positive cases to vaccination statistics. That is a hot topic today within the community. Countywide, there are 130,514 individuals that have been vaccinated as of yesterday. That was February 22nd, and a total of 45,686 individuals that have completed the vaccination series. To the right of the screen, you'll see the variety of vaccine providers that are administering the actual doses, and most residents will receive their vaccine from their primary care physician. And I'll go over that information in just a few slides in a moment. In San Bruno, there have been a total of 7,313 residents vaccinated, and it's worth noting that this and many other statistics are all available on the county health website, and which is updated rather frequently, and that's at smchealth.org. So back to COVID vaccine. Last week, the county partnered with SFO to hold a massive vaccination site. Unfortunately, due to the winter storms that regions in our country are dealing with, the county vaccine delivery has been delayed. Vaccine clinics have adjusted as needed, and as supplies allow for eligible categories and those that are eligible to be vaccinated. The list for eligible categories are 1A, including healthcare workers, 1B, including those ages 65 and older, and as of yesterday, eligibility opened up for additional sectors, including teachers, child care providers, first responders, and food and agricultural workers. It is recommended to sign up to receive notification for when you're eligible. It's the most convenient way to receive that information. It's through the state site, myturn.ca.gov, or through the county site at smchealth.org/COVID vaccines. Primary care physicians should still be your primary point of contact, and they may or may not have additional notification systems, so you should stay in touch with that primary care provider. And before I move to the next slide, I do want to remind the public that appointments are required in order to receive the vaccine, so it's important to make sure you have an appointment before heading to any clinic and potentially being turned away. The vaccine is free and is available to everyone as doses are allowed and become more available once your eligible category opens up, and that is regardless of your immigration status. So please sign up for the notification system and schedule an appointment as soon as you're eligible. Next, I will go over some information and resources. An important metric that is used in opening our economy is testing, and testing is important. And so it's one of the factors to continue our progress and is available at 2 locations in San Bruno and several other locations throughout the county. So I didn't list the details tonight. We have gone over them a couple of times, but there are 2 websites that can be used for resources. Our local website is sanbruno.ca.gov/local testing, or the county site for other locations outside of San Bruno, smcgov.org/testing. Both are useful links. And again, testing is free for those that live or work in the county. Next is the COVID-19 Tenant Relief Act. This bill extends the current residential eviction moratorium to July 1st, 2021, that previously expired on February 1st. This bill protects residential tenants from eviction based on non-payment of rent, the financial impacts of COVID. Tenant and landlord resources are available at landlordtenant.gre.ca.gov. And as a reminder, the City of San Bruno similarly enacted a temporary urgency ordinance for a commercial eviction moratorium that applies to commercial tenants and is in effect through March 31st, 2021. And for those residents that are eligible to participate in the Great Plates Delivered program, the program has been extended through March 2021. This includes the county's commitment to cover funding should the program funding expire. This program has been extended on a few occasions and is for seniors. Information on this program and other food resources, the county offers a web page that lists all of the options that are available to you. And that includes Second Harvest Food Bank, which has a couple of distribution centers in San Bruno, a couple others throughout the county. This is available at smcgov.org/food. For other senior resources for the San Bruno seniors in need, the San Bruno Senior Center offers referrals to resources that may be available to them. Similar to the Senior Center Lunch Program and the Tax Preparation Program, both of these programs are currently at capacity and very well utilized. But if you're a senior in need, you should feel free to outreach to our senior center to see what resources may be available to you. The easiest way and most convenient is by phone, and that phone number is 616-7150. Grant funding is available through the Restaurant, Brewery, and Winery Relief Fund. This program is offered through SMC Strong, and the application period is open now through noon on March 8th. The program includes up to $10,000 to qualifying establishments, and information about eligibility of the application submittal can be found at smcstrong.org. Before I leave this slide, I'm also going to add, please visit our local San Bruno restaurants and other small businesses, because together we can all make a difference and help our community partners by showing our support. So please do dine and shop locally. And given the county moved into the red tier, another very important update and one that many have been waiting for is related to the Return to Play program. And that goes into effect this Friday, the 26th. This is the youth and adult recreational sports permitted by tier. On the screen, screen, you will see the list of eligible sports. It is a little bit smaller. It's a lot of information to get on one screen. But now that we're in the red tier, baseball, softball, volleyball can now be played amongst several other sports that are listed there. I'm only highlighting a few. Earlier this evening, there was a user group meeting, and with more information about the return to play guidelines, I will add that although there are a few exceptions, masks are required while playing, and our priority for our community is to keep participants and our entire community safe and healthy. So if you have any questions about the return to play program, you can contact our city representative, and that is Danielle Brewer, and she can be reached by phone at 616-7182. It's not on the slide there, but can also be found on our city website. Quickly, I will go over 2 local programs to add some fun to the presentation. As you know, our community services programming has shifted to distance programming. Our recreation team has put together a run, walk, roll program. This program runs, no pun intended, through March 11th through March 14th. You choose either a 1, 3, or 5-mile course to run, walk, bike, rollerblade, or skateboard. You can enjoy a custom playlist, a photo scavenger hunt, and most important, it is free. So you do have to register at sanbruno.ca.gov/rec sign up. You may even receive a participation certificate, but you'll have to participate to find out because I'm not going to ruin that surprise. Lastly, for community services, moving to our library team, the team is offering Dave Roach a jazz trio, and this is an opportunity to enjoy live jazz music over Zoom. This program is part of the San Bruno Library Winter Reading and the Arts Series and is sponsored by the Culture and Arts Commission. So pre-registration is required. The website is on the screen. It's appointment.sanbrunolibrary.org, or you can call the library to make that reservation. And lastly, I could not end my presentation without a friendly reminder to sign up for SMC Alert. SMC Alert is our emergency notification system, and in an emergency, you will want to hear important information or updates, so please be sure to sign up. Once you sign up there, head over to our city social media accounts, and those accounts all offer additional updates for you. That concludes my presentation to you this evening. I am happy to answer any questions, but before I turn it over to the mayor, I do want to mention that yesterday the president issued a proclamation as a mark of respect and honor to the 500,000 Americans that have lost their lives due to COVID-19. Flags have been lowered at city facilities and will remain lowered through sunset on Friday the 26th in accordance with the proclamation. And that's all I have for you this evening. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Jennifer, for your information and presentation and PowerPoint. With that, the acknowledgement about the flags being lowered at half-mast, with all, I will go ahead and we will adjourn this evening's meeting in honor and memory of all those that we have lost, over the 500,000 now. With that, I know we have a member from the public, but I want to turn it over to Council Member Hamilton.
Just one quick question and request, if this data becomes available, on slide 10 where we note, by city that we've had 7,300 vaccinations in San Bruno. I believe by comparing that to the slide before that's folks who've received their first dose, not necessarily complete both. Do we know if they're going to be providing, the city breakdown of those, of how many folks have, completed the vaccination series? I know on slide 9 there was they had mentioned that for countywide, and if that's something if we can request so that we can really keep track of how far along we're coming and making sure that people are getting their second doses, that would be really helpful. And then I just want to, while I have the floor, I just want to reiterate for everyone listening how desperately important it is that you get vaccinated when it becomes available. I have heard, I've spoken to several residents who are eligible but are still waiting to get an appointment through Kaiser or whatever. If your healthcare provider is not able to get you in a timely manner, I strongly suggest looking at other means through the center that the county set up at the airport and other means of getting your vaccine as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Mason. Councilmember Mason?
Linda, you're on mute.
I don't think she is.
No, I'm sorry, I don't think she is on mute. Councilmember Mason, I believe your audio setup is not recognizing your headset. We can't hear you, no.
Mr. Mayor, while Councilmember Mason works on her phone, I can address.
I hear her.
Okay.
I hear her laugh.
Okay, you might hear my kids in the background, so we'll see. I just wanted to ask, thank you for the presentation as always. I did want to ask if the City of San Bruno is now focused on a reopening plan, so that as we improve in our situation, we are ready to reopen safely.
Sure. Councilmember Mason, I think that question can be answered on two separate levels. Reopening of city operations and city infrastructure. Absolutely, we have a reopening plan, and it is tiered based on the color-coded system that we're at. Depending on the measures we take, when we go to a lower tier, that depends on what we open up. So, for example, we did not change our city operations between the stay-at-home order and the purple tier, but there was a change between purple and red. And so now we will be reopening up City Hall lobbies and some of our customer service centers like the one in CityNet. With regard to a larger reopening and a roadmap to reopen the community, that is actually being led at a countywide effort. There are groups at the county with individual city representatives that are developing a countywide reopening plan for all businesses. So there is a systematic process that happens from city to city. And we can provide an update on that plan at a later date.
Okay, thank you. And then I also just wanted to say that I was asked by one of our supervisors to join the Vaccine Communications and Equity Working Group Committee for San Mateo County. So I just attended my first meeting on Thursday, and this is a result of seeing some of the inequities around the vaccine distribution. So for those of you who may not know, about 42% of those testing positive are Hispanic, but only 24% of San Mateo County is Hispanic. And so the numbers are pretty disparaging. But one of the areas that they talked about was how the vaccinations can be more equitable. So there is conversations around making them accessible 24 hours a day. There's conversations around making sure that the PSA announcements are going to the Spanish language channels and other language channels, along with radio and social media. So just as an FYI from my meeting that I report out. And then I just want to also say that that for anybody who may be watching, California State Assembly member Kevin Mullen hosted a really good live webinar last week entitled Protecting and Preserving Our Small Business Community. And he provided all of these different resources for small businesses. Sam Cita was there, and they co-hosted with him. And I want to just give a shout out to a group called NovaWorks, www.novaworks, NovaWorks.org. And they essentially are a hiring hall, they act as a hiring hall or recruiting firm. They can help young people, elderly. They also said they help essential workers who may not speak English. They help techies. And their role is really to provide free services for those who lost their jobs during COVID to try to get back into the workforce as businesses reopen. So I was really happy to hear that. And then just lastly, I was really surprised to learn that the faith-based community does not have a preference right now in vaccinations. Our faith-based community has really stepped up when we needed them. They're the ones who have truly assisted our seniors, our disabled, our hungry, our cold. And so I just want to advocate that the faith-based community at some point get in line and should have been included, I think, in this group of preferences, but hopefully they're included in the next. So thank you so much.
And we do, like I said, let's go to our person in the community who's been very patient.
Paul Wapinski.
Good evening. I have one question and a comment. my first thing on the My Turn website, it might be beneficial if someone could get them or see if it's possible to have them put estimates on there of when your group or your age group would be able to be eligible for the vaccine, whether that's, 2 months, 4 months down the road, whatever it is. It'd be nice to know if you just kind of put your age in or something and be able to see when you might be eligible for it or how long it would be for you to do that. And my comment is, when I go out for my run every day, I run past the Sneath Lane COVID testing site, and I almost never see anybody in there. Do we have any numbers on how many people are getting tested a day there? Because either it's a bad location or it's not advertised well. Because, like I said, I almost never see anybody in there. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. That is ran through the county on the Sneath. It rotates to various sites from Fair Oaks, etc. I don't have any of those numbers, but I'm sure the county does. I just wanted to add something. This information came out after 5, so I'm sure it will be disseminated more. Sam Trans is going to be providing free bus rides to vaccination sites in San Mateo County, which begins Thursday. You do have to have an appointment. You do have to notify the bus driver upon you getting on the bus of that and show proof of that vaccination. But that press release went out at 5 today, but I wanted folks to know so that there are opportunities in case you don't have that transportation mode and you have to go further than what you had planned. And back to the city manager or Jennifer Diaz.
Mr. Mayor, let me just clarify one thing. With regard to the testing site at the church on Sneath Lane, that is no longer rotating. The county announced that it is a standard site, open Tuesday through Saturday. And their operations have been going on for approximately 2 weeks, so there is a bit of a ramp up. That said, the city's testing site that occurs every Saturday, last Saturday, had approximately 106 people. And so we are continuing that test site because it receives high use. The site on Sneath Lane is only a drive-through site, whereas ours on Huntington Avenue takes walk-ups as well.
Thank you for the clarification, and I do know Vice Mayor Medina has volunteered there on a few occasions, and I know I was there. But when it was doing the rotation, it was full. Every appointment was filled, and they only had about, I think, 9% of those that had appointments did not show, which is very good. Okay, again, thank you to all, and we'll go ahead and move on to consent calendar. All items are considered routine or implemented on earlier council action and may be enacted by one motion. There will be no separate discussion unless requested. There's items 1 through 4. Is there any council member that wants to have an item pulled for a separate vote? Not seeing any. Is there any council member that wants to pull an item just for clarification or comment? Not seeing any. Then can we have action from council on consent?
I'll make a motion that we accept the consent calendar, items 1 through 4.
Thank you. Do you have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Everybody's a little shy here. Hamilton, Medina, motion and seconded to approve consent. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Hamilton.
Aye.
Councilmember Mason.
Oh God, I want to say something, but I'll wait.
Councilmember Salazar.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Marty Medina.
Aye.
And Mayor Rico Medina.
Aye.
Motion
Councilor
carries.
Mason, you had, thank you. You had something you wanted to say?
Yeah, I'm sorry, the mayor. I didn't get my hand up in time, but I just wanted to thank City Attorney Zafrano for submitting the comments and making the changes. I know the last meeting was long and a bit tedious, so I just wanted to thank you.
Okay. So now we'll move on to conduct of business, and I'll turn it over to the city clerk for item A, please.
Item 6A is accept the city's comprehensive annual financial report, the Measure A and W fund reports. and the memorandum on internal controls and required communications for the fiscal year ended June 30th, 2020.
And I'll turn this over to begin with the city manager.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Javon Grogan, City Manager, here. We are here today for a presentation of the what we call the CAFR, the Comprehensive Annual Financial Report for last fiscal year, FY 1920. But before we begin, I want to take this moment to introduce Shin-Yu Sun, our new Finance Director. So as the council and community know that I've been the interim Finance Director, but as of yesterday, our new Finance Director started. And so Shin-Yu Sun, welcome to the City of San Bruno. She comes to us having been the investment manager for the City of San Jose, responsible for over a $6 billion portfolio. And so she'll have no problem managing our funds. So welcome.
Thank you.
So we're going to toss the hard questions today to her since it's her second day on the job. Today's presentation will actually be three people. It will be myself, Jim Steele, our finance consultant from Management Partners, and then our independent auditor. And so the objective of the presentation is to receive the comprehensive annual financial report, and also audits for Measure A and Measure W, which are required by law due to those funding sources, as well as a memorandum on internal controls and other communications for last fiscal year. And as a reminder, we operate on a July 1 to June 30 fiscal year. And so all of the information that we'll be talking about today is for last fiscal year. So July 1, 2019 through June 30, 2020. The agenda for this presentation, a brief slide on nuts and bolts. We will talk about the results of the audit, and we have the auditor's presentation embedded within this presentation. And then we will have financial highlights, both the general fund and our enterprise fund. We'll talk about our memorandum of internal controls. We'll do a brief talk on pension liability that we will talk more about during the budget process. We will present the Measure A and Measure W reports, and then we will have the requested action from council and questions.
City Manager?
Yes, sir.
I'm not seeing the slides unless it's just me. I mean, I see the slides, but I didn't see it progressing or blown up.
Well, that is a mistake. Can that be seen by council?
Just the first slide.
Okay, I see it, yeah.
We're not seeing presentation mode.
Correct. Thank you, Tom.
Oh, hold on for a second.
Now.
It's not a presentation, but the right slide.
Okay.
Javon, would you like me to pull it up?
Yeah, will you pull it up? It's final two. We are stumped at exactly what's happening.
Okay, if you can go ahead and stop sharing, I will pull it up. I'm sorry, did you say this was final two or final?
No, it should be the CAFR, Melissa.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Melissa, let's advance to the next slide. And so I went over the agenda. The next slide is just the nuts and bolts of the CAFR. And so for the council and members of the public, the CAFR, you have been provided with a hard copy as well as electronic copies, and there are 3 individual reports attached to it. There are major sections that provide an introduction, a financial summary, several notes on financial statements in paragraph form, and then a statistical section which talks about general statistics of the city, both our employers as well as FTE and other information about city operations. So now, slide 5, if you will advance, we will turn the presentation over to Mays and Associates for a presentation on their work.
Great. Thank you for having me tonight. Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is David Alvey, and I'm the audit partner with Mays and Associates, and we are the city's independent external auditor. And I'm going to give you kind of a high-level, 20,000 feet overview of the audit process and why it's important. Our annual audit, so we have for you the June 30, 2020 Comprehensive Annual Financial Report, is required by not only the government code and your city founding documents, but it's also required by all the bondholders that have bonded debt or issued by the city of San Bruno. And really our goal as an auditor and as a CPA is to protect the public's interest and to render an opinion that we can say as an independent external party that these financial statements that you have in front of you, in my opinion, in my firm's opinion, are either free or not free from material misstatements, and to give that assurance to the public that what they have in front of them is accurate. Our audit is broken up into 2 different phases. We have an interim phase and a final phase. The interim phase is typically done before the books are closed or before June 30. And what we do in that phase is we plan the audit completely from start to finish. And it's almost like a scientific method where we're looking at what we think we're going to get into, and then as information comes about, our audit plan changes. A lot of the audit plans that we had before March 2020 were a lot different as it progressed through COVID. But the brainstorming with the entire team, and we actually did have a meeting back in June with the mayor, the vice mayor, and the city manager about other areas of concerns. So not only can we look at it from an audit standpoint, but we ask if there's any concerns that you have on your side that you want us to look at. And we look at internal controls. And what we're doing is we're making sure that there's proper checks and balances, segregation of duties, so one person cannot start, approve, and record a transaction all the way through without some kind of level of approval. And our testing, we look at cash disbursements, make sure that they're being properly approved and following your purchasing policy. We look at cash receipts, revenue coming in. We look at payroll, make sure that pay rates are properly authorized and correct. And then we look at the internal control environment overall. And after we get an understanding of how the machine or the bones work of the city, we come back at final, and that's when we test our actual balances. So we're testing that cash balance to make sure that the cash you have in bank at June 30 is correct. The capital assets by additions and retirement testing. We're looking at those debt transactions, and we're looking at your net pension liability. And once we do that, we prepare the financials, we help draft the footnote disclosures, and we issue the reports. Next slide, please. So the results of the audit, like I said, it's really the auditor's opinion is what's really key here. And I'm pleased to say that we issued an unmodified or clean opinion, and that's the highest level of assurance that a CPA firm can give. And we conducted our audit using auditing standards generally accepted in the United States, and we feel that the financial statements you have for your review tonight are fairly stated in all material respects and conform with accounting principles generally accepted in the United States, also known as GAAP. We do have an emphasis of a matter paragraph on page 2, which calls out the CityNet Enterprise Fund. And we just wanted to bring to the reader's attention that the CityNet Fund has had operating losses for multiple years. current year, the operating loss was around 1.7 million, and it has a deficit net position of almost 17 million. And we'll talk about that on the Memorandum of Internal Controls. Next slide, please. So the Memorandum on Internal Controls is a separate document than the CAFR, and this is my firm's communication to the City Council of things that we found during the audit. And we do have a comment about the CityNet fund, and it really boils down to, like I said earlier, the growing net position deficit. It was 13 million in 2018. It grew to 15 million in 2019, and then we ended 2020 with a deficit of 17 million. And really the risk comes to the fact that it owes the general fund around 13.6 million for 2020. That increased $1 million over the June 30, 2019 report. So that's the real risk that we want to bring to your attention, that we need to be really vigilant in getting a good business plan for the CityNet fund. And I know the fiber to the home is being discussed a lot, and we would just like that plan to be looked at very carefully, preferably by an independent third party to see how viable that is. And after all this is said and done, it really comes down to the definition of an enterprise fund. And an enterprise fund should be able to have operating revenue cover operating costs, to act like a business type or private business fund. That's the idea of a general fund. And if it's truly not charging enough, the operating revenue was 9.3 million, operating expenses was 11 million. So if it's really not charging enough, then is it a true business type or enterprise fund? If it's not, then it really should be considered a special revenue fund and rolled up under the general fund. So that's an option. That's something you can do. So we just want to make sure that you're aware of this, and that's why we have the emphasis of the matter in the opinion, and then we have the comment here. The rest of the Memorandum on Internal Controls is the required communication piece, and that's boilerplate language. I'm pleased to say we had no unusual items to bring to your attention, no unusual transactions. We had no disagreements with management, and no difficulties other than the pandemic in performing the audit. And with that, I would really like to thank Darlene and Jim for their help during this process. The fact that you have no internal control issues during a shelter in place and with everyone working possibly remotely from home is a true testament to the focus of internal controls at the City of San Bruno. And with that, I'd like to give the presentation over to Jim.
Mr. Steele?
I'm not sure if I'm on, but
Mr. Steele, you're on. Please go ahead.
We can hear you, Jim. Go ahead. Melissa, can you advance to the next slide? And the next slide. Okay, Jim, go ahead.
Am I on?
Yes.
I'm sorry. I'm not able to tell. Give me a thumbs up again. All right. Thank you.
We can hear you, sir.
Before
Please
I start,
go ahead.
I do want to acknowledge it was a difficult year with COVID and working from home. It's quite challenging, and I want to acknowledge Darlene Wong, the accounting manager, and her staff for doing such a bang-up job on this. And especially difficult not only due to COVID, but they lost their finance director right kind of in the thick of things. So I'm going to go over first general fund financial highlights. And just to recall, the pandemic really started hitting economic activity in March. So more than the entire last quarter of the fiscal year saw a really tremendous impact on revenues, not just in San Bruno, but throughout the Bay Area, the state, and the nation. So fund balance overall in the general fund decreased by $1.8 million during the year. The revenue shortfalls were a lot due to the pandemic. Sales taxes came in under budget. Some stores closed, businesses shuttered, and so there was a lot less activity. Business taxes came in $0.7 million under budget. This was the Sky Park airport parking facility. They went out of business, as I understand it, so you no longer got that lucrative source of funding. And hotel tax, TOT, transient occupancy tax, came in almost $1 million under budget. So we've seen, just anecdotally, we've seen about a 75% drop continuing through the mid-year of this year. So that's been a really large impact on San Bruno because you're right next to the airport and how that's such a major part of your revenues. Next slide, please. Permit revenue came in $2.5 million under budget. There were some large development projects that were scheduled to go. The city manager probably knows better than I do on this if this was COVID related, but I know that the spring season when COVID hit is that's a time for a lot of construction typically, so that would have affected that source of revenue. Charges for service primarily was dropped $0.8 million, primarily due to the recreation department. They have a lot of programs that were just completely closed, as you know. On the flip side, they were able to save budget dollars on their expenditures to help make up for that. And then last on this page, this is an accounting entry that doesn't affect cash, but there was an entry that one of the council members or two asked about use of money and property. It was $1.1 million over budget. Once a year, mark-to-market requirements are that cities book the fair market value of their investments. So there's no actual cash transaction there. It happens once. It could have gone the other way. But basically, the city buys and holds its investments to maturity. So changes in market value don't really affect your portfolio, but we need to book it to follow accounting conventions. Next slide, please. Overall, expenditures were down $2.2 million. Really good news, given that the revenue was down. And as I mentioned, Parks and Recreation revenue, expenditures had savings of $0.8 million. There were additional vacant positions throughout the city. And in public safety, there were also savings of about $800,000 as well. So fortunately, there was savings to offset those revenue declines. Capital outlay was $0.6 million under budget. There were some vehicles and equipment primarily that weren't able to be purchased by year end, so those get rolled forward to the current fiscal year. Next slide, please. I'm not going to go over all the numbers. I want to call your attention to a few things. This is budget to actual for the general fund. Overall, this is revenues. Revenues came in $3.5 million below budget. The big ones, as we mentioned earlier, were in the taxes, in permits, and in charges for service. And again, that use of money and property, technically that's a correct transaction, but it really didn't have an effect on your cash reserves. Next slide, please. On the expenditure side, again, I'm just going to call your attention to a few things. Budget to actual, you did save $2.2 million, which is really good news. Public safety had large savings, and we already talked about Parks and Rec, library as well, but really across the board. So that was good news. Next slide, please. Overall, changes in fund balance. So let's just look at the bottom line to make it simpler. The final budget projected reserves of $29.1 million, actual $27.4 million. So it was really $1.7 million less. Next slide, please. And here are the status of your available reserves at year end. So that accounting treatment we talked about is not part of this. There's the general fund reserve at $11.8 million, general fund contingency at 1.3. I believe your policy targets are $12 million for that first one and $1.5 million for the second. For the emergency disaster reserve, you're at $1.9 million. For capital improvements, you set money aside sometimes on recommendation from the city manager. The city council will approve setting money aside that are oftentimes one-time revenues to use for future capital improvements. That ended the year with $4.6 million. You also have a practice of setting aside one-time revenues in an additional reserve so it doesn't mix up with the other reserves that are more, think about it more as ongoing, and that was $1 million. Measure G, that's the half-cent sales tax. It's actually a use tax. That was in effect, was it just the last quarter, I believe? So you did put money aside. There was more revenue than there were expenditures, but that's $500,000. And then last, the general fund equipment reserve at $3.3 million. So your total general fund reserves are $24.4 million. Going back to what Mr. Alvey from Mays was saying earlier, part of your reserves are locked up in a long-term loan from CityNet, and if you that's not immediately available. So your real cash reserves are just under $11 million. Next slide, please. For the water fund, just high level, you did have a net operating profit's the wrong word, net contribution to your reserves of $500,000, and the unrestricted fund balance at the end of the year, that's kind of equivalent to cash that you're able to use on capital improvements, etc., was $30 million. And we talked about this, I believe it was the previous council meeting being one reason why you were able to hold off on the next rate increase for water, because there really is a healthy balance there. Next slide, please. Wastewater fund, similar. There was a net operating gain of almost $7 million. Your unrestricted net position, or your kind of available cash balance, was $28.9 million at the end of the year. And the same message there. You were able to forego that last 5% rate increase coming up because your reserves are doing so well. Next slide, please. Stormwater fund is a different story, unfortunately, and I believe last year you also had some events that caused some extraordinary capital projects, if I'm not mistaken, but there was an operating loss. If you notice, the beginning net position was $5.9 million, and it went down to $5.5 million. And that's a little misleading because net position includes all the assets, fixed assets in the ground. Your unrestricted net position or fund balance was really closer to $500,000. So that's been going down as well, and that's why city manager has been discussing with you the possibility of a stormwater fee increase for later. Next slide, please. CityNet fund, and we already talked about this. There was an operating loss last year, and the unrestricted net position is almost $20 million. So we've already really gone over that. There's really not a lot left to say other than the general fund has been backstopping that for a number of years. Next slide, please. Pensions. Pensions are a section in the CAFR, and it's really important to consider that. You might also want to have an update on this by itself at some point. Not only are pension costs going up, it's interesting that even though you had salary savings, your retirement costs went up. So retirement rates, PERS rates, the rates that you're required to pay to CalPERS, are continuing to go up. And that's across the board. That's not just San Bruno. That's throughout California. In addition, the net liability has increased 77% since 2013-14. So from June 2019 to June 2020, overall, the net pension liability went up $6.2 million. So if you had, at the end of June 30th, 2020, $94 million in the bank that you could set aside and pay down all your pension liabilities, that's what that means. And there's a couple more slides I'd like to kind of highlight this better. This shows the growth in the unfunded PERS pension liability over time from 2012-13 through this last fiscal year. And it's gone up for a number of reasons. Demographically, people are living longer, so their retirement benefits have to last longer. And in addition, investment returns have not kept up with what the target is. And the last one just shows that the employer, that's the city, is paying roughly 50% of total costs on an annual basis. Next slide. This shows that it'll take until 2043, so that's about 22 years from now, if everything continues the way it's been going, and if the city just meets its minimal payments to CalPERS on an annual basis, it'll take that long for your unfunded liability to go down. Next slide, please. There are two other reports that are required by the county to have separately and have the audit pass judgment on that, which the auditors have. That's because San Bruno's getting funding from the county in Measure A and in Measure W. And so there's a Measure A report that was separate, and that was, I believe, included in your council packet as well. That was used for street rehab, street medians, traffic calming, sidewalk repair, and pedestrian ramps. Next slide. And the second report is Measure W. Again, it's like Measure A. The county wants a separate audit opinion on that, and that passed muster. $0.4 million was appropriated for pavement management in 2021. Next slide. So there's no formal action that council needs to do as far as adopting a resolution, etc. So we're just asking you to receive and accept the presentation, ask any questions, and we'll do our best to answer those. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. And for the council, we are here to answer any questions. And again, the presentation reflects what happened last year, which was a very, very challenging year for the city. So that's fiscal year 19-20. And so, Melissa, if we can stop screen share, any questions from the city council on the staff presentation, and then we can have public comment after that.
Thank you very much for the report. I'll go to council quickly, and that would allow any residents to go ahead and put their hands up, so I'll start to see those. So let's begin with Councilman Hamilton, please.
So it's more of a comment than a question. Part of the discussion about CityNet and presenting options on whether or not to how to manage the fund, whether or not to fold it in the general fund. I would recommend that we hold off on any discussion of that until we receive the comprehensive report on CityNet in late June, rather than spend any effort on that now. That conversation in June could drive a lot of the decision. Thank you.
Are there questions from council? Okay. Councilmember Mason.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
You can. Okay, great. Thank you. I did want to just ask, you made a comment on, I believe it was slide 18. I don't know if you want to go back to slide 18, but slide 18, around the stormwater fund being low. So given that I'm not sure how familiar the auditors are around the existing request or ballot that's going to be sent out to voters around whether to pay an increase on their property taxes to assist with the stormwater fund. But I did want to ask, based on your review, is that something that appears to be needed? Because when I saw slides 16 and 17, the financial situations were significantly different.
With an enterprise fund, like I said, kind of with CityNet, is you really want it to be operating where operating revenues will cover operating expenses. Obviously, you have to have sometimes a little bit of income to put aside for capital projects in the future types things. So, yeah, anything you can do to get more coverage over your operating expenses to either have a very small income or no income is ideal.
And so based on what your review, how do you see it? Is it breaking even now, or are we under where we should be for a healthy enterprise?
Jim, did you want to talk about that?
Yeah. We haven't discussed with the city auditor the financial situation of the stormwater fund. So, for example, and David will correct me if I'm wrong, he's not aware of the big backlog in capital improvement projects. So, David, one of the things the city is hoping to do, if the council moves forward and the voters approve, is to pay for $30 million of deferred capital projects over the next 15 years. So that fee would actually bring in more than just the operating cost every year. It would be enough to pay for capital improvements plus debt service. So, and I'm sorry to take away from your question, council member. I'll shut off.
Javon Rogan, City Manager. In addition, Linda, the projection that we provide council in the budget package show the stormwater fund going negative next fiscal year in the 2021 fiscal year. And revenues are not covering expenditures. They have not for quite some time. And currently, the average single-family home is paying $46 a year in stormwater fees. And so that's one of the reasons why the current effort for a 218 process to increase those annual stormwater fees has those charges going up for the average single-family home to approximately $150 a year. And that's to cover both the operations and that $30 million of long-term capital that Jim Steele mentioned.
We don't hear you, Linda.
Linda, you're good.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Let me take off the headphones for a minute. Yeah, that's actually what I was looking for, because not everybody who's watching is going to read the staff report, so it's helpful to know that that is the next step would be in the negative. I also did want to ask a question about slide 20. So slide 20, Mr. Steele just made a comment. I think when he was giving the report, he said something like, if we are barely covering the minimum, then we're not going to get to where we need to be until 2043. And I just wanted to know if there's been a decrease, because I feel like I remember last year's budget report being that we actually give a little bit more than the median city towards our pension liability, which made me feel more comfortable. And so I wanted to know if there's been a change there, or if we're going to have a full conversation about this during the budget meeting.
Sure. Let me expound upon that, and then I'll turn it over to Jim Steele. So what Jim Steele was mentioning is that we pay the annual required contribution to to CalPERS for our pension costs. And so two things are true. Yes, we pay the annual required amount, and we are paying, our plans are slightly more funded than other cities. The way to think about the pension liability and why that chart, Melissa, if you can bring it up, it's slide 22, goes out to 2043, is that you should think of our unfunded pension liability as a mortgage. And when you pay your annual mortgage payment, it's paid off. And in this case, roughly, I think it was 22, 23 years from now. And so, as you, slide 22. And so for the city's pension liability, we are budgeting annually the required contribution. Now that required contribution is going up. But as long as we pay that required contribution, the amortization schedule, similar to a mortgage, has that being paid off in 2023. And that annual required contribution actually has two parts to it. It's one part is a normal cost, so you're paying for the benefit that employees accrue each year, but you're also paying a portion for that unfunded liability. And so once we get to 2043, we will only be paying the normal cost. So we will not have this essentially unfunded liability that we're chipping away at like a mortgage. Annually, our contributions will go down, and we will be paying just the normal cost. And this portrait is virtually true for just about every municipality in California, certainly that has CalPERS, but even other pension systems, in how the unfunded liability, what's called the UAL, is treated on a multiple-year amortization schedule.
Thank you for that explanation. And I'll have more questions, but I'll wait until it comes back to budget because I understood that there's going to be a deeper conversation around this. And then just one last question. And maybe this is a different meeting, just let me know. But so Measure A and Measure W are both appear to be, I'm guessing, ballot measures from what I've seen. Is the money that's spent there, is there an oversight committee, a board? Who reviews it is part of the question. And the other part of the question are those funds equally distributed between the cities based on how much they put into them? Or are those distributed based on who requests the funds for them?
I could take a stab, City Manager, if you'd like me to start. Those were both ballot measures. They are distributed, I believe, based on population, and they're granted to cities, so you don't need to necessarily apply for these. They're audited as far as there's reports, the audits that are provided that David Alvey spoke to earlier, that there's also compliance reports that the finance staff file every year with the county, and they make sure that what was spent fit the guidelines of what the funds are for.
Okay, so San Bruno residents would be getting what they paid into this Measure A and Measure W.
Not directly, it's based on population, but if everybody bought the same number of gallons of gas throughout the county, then that would be true.
And then Councilmember, Councilmember Salazar is on oversight on one of those. I believe it is A. And on Measure W, the way it's stipulated is the monies that are going to be appropriated in W for the pavement management for each community, whatever it is, unless the CPI, I believe 63, 64, is not greater than that, it must be utilized for that. Once a city or jurisdiction achieves beyond that, then they can use those monies in another form. But the voters had approved that it specifically has to go to improve the streets and roads, which any city had not gotten prior to Measure W.
Right, thank you.
Mm-hmm. As perfect timing, Councilmember Salazar.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to start by welcoming our new finance director. Welcome aboard. It's a great time to start. We get to jump right into a new budget soon, and so we're definitely happy to have you. You got some big shoes to fill because Keith did an amazing job for us, but I know you're going to do an amazing job as well. So welcome aboard. I also wanted to thank Mr. Steele for filling in the meantime, and I don't know if we're going to have you along for much longer, but thank you for also being there to help us along during some difficult times. And I don't have any questions either, just some comments. I wanted to say that this document is, I think it was mentioned, it's a snapshot. This is our annual report for what happened last year, and it was kind of an ugly year for us. There were some huge unexpected shortfalls in the second half of that year, and somewhere hidden in this document, among the charts and the graphs and the explanations, is a story about how we were able to recover. We were able to recover from some, like I said, huge unexpected shortfalls, and still get through and get all of the work that needed to be done. And this audit shows that we did it by the book. We did it well, and everything was up to snuff. And so I think that speaks volumes to what our staff was able to pull off for us. And so I wanted to add my thanks to all of the staff, everybody who chipped in to build that story that we're telling here.
Vice Mayor Medina.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Medina, and thank you all for this audit. It's really important to have an independent set of eyes come in and tell us, hey, things are good, things are being done properly, even though it's some bad news. We've been dealing with CityNet, San Bruno Cable, the issue for a number of years, and we need to solve this in this upcoming year, and we will have this updated plan, and we need to make some very tough decisions. What's also good about this audit is it identifies clearly that we have some problems in our stormwater, which is funding, which is exactly why this council made the difficult decision to let our voters decide on how they're going to proceed and how we need to work together to get this funding, because we can't rely on our general fund. So a lot of work remains to be done. So this is good to see that we have a good report out from the audit, and I look forward to working with everyone in solving these problems. So thank you.
I have not seen any members of the community. One last call in case. And I won't repeat it, whatever we said, so we can get through the agenda. But a lot of things have happened. I believe 213 having reserve policy was great. We've received awards over the last few years for the process and the CAFR, and so that's appreciated. And that is thanks to all staff, because like between COVID, between our finance director taking another opportunity down south, it doesn't make it smoother. It could even make it harder. But for all the finance team, all of them, Darlene, Esther, all of the folks that have helped and assisted, I appreciate that, because everybody's had to step up and do more in very daunting times, and trying to be here as limited at City Hall or doing your work from home. So I want to thank you for that. And again, Councilmember Salazar is correct. It is a snapshot. Most importantly, it's a trust but verify. It is to know that we have had more policies, procedures in the last couple of years, and segregation of duties, and strengthen the way implementation is done for deposits, having checks scanned through quickly so they get deposited faster. There are a lot of things that have been done that nobody sees, but the team has done. So to all of them, thank you. If there's no more comments from council and no members of the public, we'll bring it back. This is to accept the city's comprehensive annual financial report, which is Measure A and W funds, and what we have had presented to us. We will be needing a motion and a second and a vote in order to accept. Any action?
Through the chair,
Yes, please.
I will make the motion to accept the CAFR.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Motion Salazar Medina. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Hamilton,
Aye.
Councilmember Mason,
Aye.
Councilmember Salazar,
Yes. Aye.
Vice Mayor Marty Medina.
Aye.
Mayor Rico Medina.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Now we'll move on to item B, City Clerk.
Item 6B, receive mid-year financial update report for fiscal year 2020-21 as of December 31st, 2020, and adopt a resolution approving a second quarter budget amendment for the fiscal year 2020-21 operating and capital budget.
City Manager.
Okay, Javon Grogan, City Manager. Can everyone see the PowerPoint?
Yes.
Okay. So this is the mid-year budget report for the current fiscal year. Again, the city operates on a July 1 through June 30 fiscal year. The information we're going to talk about now is for the first 6 months of the current year. So from July 1, 2020 to December 31st, 2020. It's important to note and pause for a minute to talk a little bit about the challenges that this city had when we adopted our 2021 budget. We just talked about the CAFR from last year. What we didn't mention in that presentation is we actually had a $4.2 million shortfall at mid-year last fiscal year. When we begun the budgeting process for this fiscal year, we had a $8.2 million shortfall. And so this council took action to cut the city's budget by an additional $8.2 million, having already cut the budget by $4.2 million in 1920. As I know the council knows, but members of the public may remember, is that we froze a number of positions and actually went through a process of providing retirement incentives in order to save jobs. And through that process, this city has over 20 FTEs fewer this current year than we had last year. In addition, the city council took the action to put the TOT, our transit occupancy tax measure, on the ballot in November for the November 2020 election. That was passed and will be providing on a pre-COVID basis an extra $500,000 to the general fund. Now with COVID, the revenue is a lot less. But that action was taken in large part in response to the decrease in revenues and our overall plan to restore fiscal sustainability. And so the objective for this presentation is, again, to provide a very high-level update of where we are 6 months in, and there is a resolution amending the current budget, and we'll talk about that. So in the presentation, it's simple. There's good news, there's bad news, and then there's good news. And so the good news is, like last year, where we ended the year with a $2.2 million operating savings, this year our prudent financial management continues to take place, and our expenditures are projected to come in $1 million under budget. Now, what's the bad news? We'll talk about that. The bad news is that we are seeing additional revenue shortfalls from our hotel room taxes, as well as vehicle license fees, to the tune of nearly $2 million in our budgeted revenue that now we know that we are not going to see. That's the bad news. And both TOT revenue and VLF is replicated in every city across this county. What the good news is that we have positive growth in our sales tax that is actually projected to cover the revenue shortfall, and we're actually projecting to end the year with a moderate surplus. And so as a result, there are no additional budget cuts necessary. That is in large part to sharing agreement that this city negotiated with Walmart.com that is now factored into our sales tax revenue, and we have started to receive. And so again, even though we have revenue shortfalls again this year of $2 million, that is being more than covered by additional sales tax revenue. And so now we'll go through the detail, and then we'll be available for questions. The agenda is an overview of the general fund. We'll talk about the mid-year financial projection on the general fund revenues and expenditures. We'll talk about enterprises. Within enterprises, there's the water fund, the sewer fund, stormwater, as well as CityNet. And we'll talk about some of the positive performance of CityNet, even though we are seeing delinquencies and we're working at turning around that enterprise. In addition, we'll present information on our internal service funds and then talk about the additional budget amendments, and then have time for council discussion and direction. So again, a July to June fiscal year, and I will turn it over to Jim Steele now to talk about our adopted budget.
Thank you, City Manager, Mr. Mayor, members of council. And again, I want to thank finance staff for all the work they did in putting this together, especially Esther Garibay-Fernandez and Darlene Wong. So right now we're looking at the general fund, and when the general fund budget was put together, there was a use of fund balance projected of $591,000. In other words, the city anticipated having to dip into reserves to cover some of the budget, we're comparing that to last adopted budget. So also a deficit last year. This has to do with what City Manager was talking about, where you guys went through 2 years of budget cuts. Next slide, please. This is just shows where the total revenues are and where the expenditures go. Most of the 57% of the general fund's expenditures are in public safety. That is not uncommon in a full-service city like San Bruno's. Taxes make up 60% of your revenues. That's also not uncommon at all. Next slide, please. So now we have a mid-year projection. Given that we're 6 months into the year, we had an amended budget of a draw on reserves of $233,000. And we'll get to this more about where the variances were. But now with the good news that the city manager mentioned, we're actually going to have, it looks like a surplus of $773,000 by year end, which is good news and will not require any additional budget cuts. Next slide, please. And I'm not going to go over all these numbers other than to say, if you look at the bottom, you'll see that we've received 45% of our budgeted revenues year to date this year. Last year, at this time, it was 42%. So we're trending roughly the same as last year as far as timing. That gives us confidence in the numbers that we've estimated. Next slide. So the major revenues, property tax, a slight decline, $200,000 less. Primarily a slowdown in property sales. So sales transfer tax isn't coming in as it had in prior years. Sales tax, with all the good news and bad news, is going to be up, we're hoping, $3 million compared to budget. So that takes into account some of the business closures, some new businesses, and in addition, the tax sharing agreement as well. All of those contribute to a net $3 million good news. Hotel tax, unfortunately, is still looking down. I just want to point out, when the budget was put together 9 months ago, the city only had roughly 1 month of actual hotel tax revenues having received after COVID really started. So it was hard for staff to make a good judgment about what was going to happen. they projected a 40% decline in hotel and motel occupancy. It actually has been 75%, so it's a much larger drop, $1.2 million less than what we budgeted. Also, motor vehicle in lieu property taxes, $1.2 million drop. I think this might be worth saying a little more about. I'm just going to say that these are actually property taxes that the state swapped with cities, thank you, in return for taking motor vehicle fee away. Don't ask me why the state did that. It's complicated. This happened years ago. The state was supposed to make cities whole. Unfortunately, in San Mateo County, or fortunately for the school districts, many of the school districts in San Mateo County are called basic aid districts. They receive much more in property taxes than what the per pupil allocation is that the state guarantees. They keep all the difference. By them keeping all the difference, the school districts, that pulls from the pot of money that cities are reimbursed for the motor vehicle in lieu fees. So in the current year, the county is informed that we're going to be down $1.2 million from what our budget was. Last year, it was $250,000 down. Now, the good news is the governor has included in his proposed budget for next fiscal year a reimbursement to San Mateo County cities for last year. So there's a lag. If that goes through, you'll be receiving $250,000 next year. Next slide, please. So there are several adjustments that the budget amendment before you has. $160,000 in property tax. We talked about that. We talked about the sales tax, $3 million. Hotel, motel occupancy tax, again, due to the pandemic, a drop of $1.2 million, and the motor vehicle in lieu taxes down $1.2 million. So net overall, the bottom line is your revenues are actually to good due to the good news on the sales tax side. $500,000 net higher than what the amended budget is, but with some big reductions that you're going to have to absorb. Next slide. Department revenues also, again, due to COVID, planning revenues down $50,000. Building, though, has seen a pickup. There's been, I guess there was a delay in some of the large projects, some of the plan checks. That actually has been coming in, and you're seeing an increase there. Recreation, just like with last fiscal year that we talked about a few minutes ago, due to the facility closures, there's just very, very little revenue at all coming in the recreation and park side and senior services and library. So net general fund departmental revenues we're projecting to be down $758,000 from the budget, and that's all included in the mid-year budget adjustment. On the expenditure side, community services, without having the facilities open to offer programs, has a lot of savings both on the temporary salary side and supplies and materials. So they're projecting to see a $1.2 million savings. And police and public works, a slight increase. There's a couple items in the budget amendment to augment their budgets. So the net expenditures going down are a savings of $1.1 million from adopted. And again, I'm not going to go over all these numbers other than to show that at this point of the fiscal year, we're at 52% of what we budgeted, and last fiscal year at this time we were at 51%, so we're trending about the same. Next slide. Measure G, city does account for this separately. It is part of the general fund, but it's accounted for separately. This year is the first full year of Measure G funds coming in, and they're actually coming in higher than what was expected. Use tax, which is what Measure G is largely driven by online sales, and so that's been a very positive for the city. On the expenditure side, those are coming in at budget. We don't expect any changes there. But the Measure G portion of the general fund at the end of the year should be having a surplus of $724,000.
Right. Jim Still, if I can, with regard to Measure G, it's also worth pointing out that tax localization agreements for major construction projects are also contributing additional revenue. And so when we do have major construction projects in the city by private parties, all of the materials and supplies, the drywall, the concrete that is delivered to San Bruno, there's a use tax paid in San Bruno. And so that's partly the reason for that increase because we have a few current construction projects and tenant improvements going on right now. And so companies are ordering things, having them delivered, and we get additional revenue. And that is going to Measure G because it is a use tax.
Next slide, please. For the enterprise funds, this compares how we are at this point of the year compared to last year. And the percentages, percent of budget, are roughly the same year to year. There's really not much else to say about this slide. So let's go to the next slide, please. Internal service funds, about the same. There's really not a lot of surprises there, other than we've had some larger expenditures in the self-insurance fund. We believe a lot of those were one-time, so we think by year-end there won't be any issues in the self-insurance fund. Next slide.
Jim, let me back up and just say a little leeway right now. Because of what we heard in the CAFR with regard to CityNet, and we know historically spending more than was brought in revenue, I know the council knows this, but it's important to just say again that this year's budget was predicated off CityNet no longer digging themselves a hole with annually expenditures outpacing revenues. And so the adopted budget was set up to have revenues outpace expenditures. However, as we know and as is reported in the staff report, due to COVID-19, there have been delinquencies that have brought down our revenue projections. However, it's important to note, based on the year-to-date, revenues are slightly more than expenditures. And so what the enterprise has done, because they are repositioning and actually work at operating as an enterprise, they have moderated their expenditures such that they've not outpaced their revenues. And as we talk about in the staff report, the projection is that we are aiming to be balanced on revenues versus expenditures. Now, we do not think that we will, in saying that, be able to contribute money to pay down the loan to the general fund this year. But the goal of stopping the digging, even though we are having depressed revenue due to COVID-19, is working, and that is showing out in this mid-year report. So I just want to highlight that because I know that was a major point for the council when we developed this budget, and now that we know that we are seeing non-payment due to COVID-19, part of the question was, well, where are we at, and are we back to digging a hole? And so absolutely, as reported in the audit, CityNet is a concern that we have to address. But as far as we are showing and projecting, we certainly are projecting to have a balanced operating budget in CityNet. And it's worth noting on this page, just yet again, because we're talking so much about stormwater, right, that the adopted revenue in stormwater from the current level of charges is just under $700,000, but our expenditures are over $1 million. And that same trend is true with at mid-year, which is revenues are outpacing expenditures. Again, a reason why the city has embarked on the effort to increase stormwater fees. Sorry, Jim.
Well, thank you for pointing those out. Internal service funds are funds within the city that service the operating departments. And These are typically budgeted to revenue cover expenses. We're not seeing any problems at this point of the year there. So with that, the budget amendments that you have before you includes a revenue increase for Peninsula Clean Energy grant, $10,000. And Javon, do you want to say anything about this? I think you have more background on this than I do as far as that.
Yeah, so for Peninsula Clean Energy, we did receive a grant to look at our energy codes as they relate to new development and utilizing gas versus electric. And so this is a recognition of the receipt of those funds. And the staff work is ongoing. It has not come to council, but we did receive the funds, and so at mid-year we are presenting council to reflect it.
And the next item, there was an increase in what the police department pays for the county for certain information services. So that needs to be factored into the police budget. We talked earlier about the property tax budget reduction and the good news in the sales tax. Next slide, please. We also talked about the hotel reduction and the motor vehicle in lieu, property tax in lieu of motor vehicle reduction. Business taxes, we're actually seeing an increase, business license tax. There's been additional business activity. I believe it was YouTube. YouTube receipts going up, so our revenues have gone up. On the department budget side, planning is requesting, is expected to bring in a $50,000 less in revenues. And we talked about recreation. We talked about Parks and Recreation and seniors being down. On the public works side, they are, and I'm not familiar with this, on the $50,000, what that relates to, that might be encroachment permits.
Yeah. So this is the $50,000 revenue increase. That is related to the ongoing efforts with regard to the stormwater fee increase process and the milling costs. For the $11,000 in the police department budget, that is related to additional support costs from April to June related to the police records management system. The service contract is over in April, and we need that to be carried through the rest of the fiscal year. And so that's what that $11,000 reflects. The negative 139 is the senior services budget due to decreased programming.
Same thing on library. That's a decrease in revenues there. Fortunately, Parks and Recreation and seniors and library, on the far right column, you'll see expenditure decreases. They're holding down their budget. They have, I mentioned earlier, temporary staffing wasn't hired, and they're holding off on supplies and materials. Vehicle outfitting, and I'm not familiar with this one either. My apologies. The $60,000.
Yeah, it's just moving a cost from the general fund to the equipment reserves fund for vehicle outfitting. And so we do have an equipment reserve fund that funds these activities, but in the initial budget, it was coming from revenues, general fund revenues.
Thank you. And then the last item, there was a need for additional traffic signal maintenance cost or replacement cost. So we need to use some Measure A funds to pay for that. So that's taking money from Measure A to use to augment the CIP for public works streets. Next slide. Water fund is showing a small reduction in revenues. Wastewater, much bigger reduction in revenues, and unfortunately, we don't have the details on that now. With businesses closing, that has to be some part of that, and there's also an issue with delinquencies. So we'll try to get more information on that in the next week or so, because that was disturbing on the wastewater side. We talked earlier about CityNet revenues being down, so they're also reducing expenses so that revenues and expenses will be balanced by year end. There's a CIP. We want to augment a CIP, create a new one to allow for more storage space on the city's financial system. It's running out of room on the server. So there needs to be more storage space, so we're moving $47,000 from another CIP project into this project. And YouTube made its payment for community benefit. That was part of its development agreement. This actually came in after December 31st, but it was such a big number, we wanted to report it here. Those funds are not being allocated for anything. City manager is recommending that those be set aside in the CIP reserve. The council at some future time, and the city manager will discuss what those funds might be used for, but for now they'll be set aside in the CIP reserve fund. So again, the major takeaways: sales tax up, hotel occupancy tax down, motor vehicle in lieu fees going down, and that's an ongoing problem. We don't see that going away, so unless there's some correction on the state level, that could very well end up being an ongoing issue. We don't know yet. Revenue declines due to the facility closures, and expenditures are pretty much within normal range for this point of the year, with the exception in the general fund that recreation, senior services, and library have reduced their expenditures with no programming going on. Next slide. On the enterprise funds, again, we mentioned wastewater and CityNet reducing the revenue budgets, but CityNet also reducing expenditures so that they can come in balanced at year end. No real changes are requested for internal service funds. So at this point, go ahead.
The council discussion and direction is to receive the report for the mid-year and adopt a resolution amending the operating and capital budget, and then we're available for questions. I do want to point out one thing that was not in the PowerPoint but was in the staff report. In the staff report, we did talk about the potential federal stimulus funds that I know everyone is hearing about in Washington. And so the latest news is that hopefully they will be passed, if not later this week, next week. But there is a total of, in the current package, $350 billion for state and local governments. That money will be allocated, or is currently proposed to be allocated, based on a CDBG, a Community Development Block Grant Formula. So based on our population, we know that San Bruno's portion of that $350 billion is $7.9 million. Now, should the federal stimulus be passed at the current recommended level, those payments are expected to be made within this fiscal year, assuming it happens within the next few weeks. We have not factored in that potential revenue to this budget. As we said, it's good news, bad news, good news, and at this point, without that revenue, we're projecting to end the year with a small surplus. It's worth noting that even if the city does receive that $7.9 million, which is essentially payment for lost revenue and expenditures related to COVID-19, that 7.9 does not eclipse the nearly $12 million that we've had to cut from the budget over the last 2 years. And so that's the 4.2 that we had to cut last fiscal year at mid-year, and the 8.2 that we had to pull out of the budget when we adopted this current budget. And so with all the ins and outs, it seems that we're going to end with a minor surplus. And if the federal stimulus is passed, there will be additional money to help cushion some of those financial challenges that we heard in the CAFR. So that concludes our report, and I want to thank Jim Still. I want to thank the entire finance team, and thank you for joining our team and assisting us over these last 24 hours as we prepared for this presentation. Thank you.
All right, thank you all for your report and presentation. Questions, comments, questions from council at this time? Councilmember Mason.
So I just wanted to ask, thank you for that report. Going into the budget season, this will be my second time going into this with the City of San Bruno. What is a recommendation that you feel the council should really spend their time on after your review?
So the upcoming 21-22 budget, what is the recommendation on our council?
From the auditors who, third party, who have reviewed our books, who have seen our processes, who know where we've got some deficits, where do you think is an area that we should be focused on?
Okay. So, sure. Why don't I start with the summary and Jim Still pick up. And so what we heard in the last presentation from the auditors was essentially last year was a very tough year for the city. And there are and they found no material weaknesses in our audit, but there are two areas of concern. The most significant is CityNet, with the $13.6 million that is owed to the general fund. And all of that we know, and we've been working on this plan for CityNet. The new information that is embedded in the audit is the recommendation for an independent financial review of the CityNet business plan before the city embarks on the fiber to the home project, should we decide to do that. And so that is an important piece that came out of the last presentation. And the second item is our stormwater fund having a fund balance at the end of last year at $400,000. And as a council and the public knows, we have launched this effort to address the health of that fund. More globally, as we move into the budgeting process for the 21-22 fiscal year, the first thing that staff is doing a projection on revenues and expenditures. We know that our pension costs and some of our other personnel benefit costs are going to go up, and we have no ability to control those on a year-to-year basis. We also know that we have all of our labor contracts for all of our bargaining groups expiring in December 31st, 2021. And so that will be right in the middle of next fiscal year. In addition, based on the revenue projections for next fiscal year, that will tell us how much of a recovery we have of that $8.2 million that we need to cut, and so how much of that do we need to sustain going into the next fiscal year? And right now we're literally having closed the books on the first 6 months, in the middle of making those projections and those assessments of what our revenue will be for the next fiscal year. And so we know we froze a number of positions. We pulled millions of dollars out of funded capital improvement projects and said, you know what, right now we can't do that. We also borrowed $2 million from Measure G that the council and the community wanted to spend on road projects because we were facing such a significant deficit. And so I know that we will be having conversations if we receive the federal stimulus and if there is some recovery in the economy of backfilling that money so we can spend money on our roads, which we all know is a dire need. And so sort of at a high level, I think those are the things that we will be concentrating on as we step into the budgeting process for next year.
And I would add to that, as a former finance director trained to be conservative, let's hope for that $7.9 million stimulus money but I believe it's going to be over a year before cities really know what the revenue picture is going to look like. I think the economy may very well change. Who knows if hotel activity will pick up to what it was before? Is the travel industry going to have a significant change in the long term? We don't know that. With all the internet shopping going on, is there going to be a significant change in sales taxes and how that gets apportioned to San Bruno? We don't know that. So I would just advocate keeping a conservative approach, knowing that you really won't have a good handle on revenues for at least a year. We won't really know how long the recession is going to last and what the trends are going to look like. So if we're fortunate enough to get the stimulus money, I echo what the city manager said. Use it for one-time things like capital improvements that you've deferred, but don't try to use it for ongoing spending because it's just too much uncertainty right now.
Thank you. And then, will we be receiving an update on the emergency fund spending?
Yes, that was included in the mid-year report and provided to council in a memorandum. And so as we begin the budgeting process and future financial reports, that will be included.
Okay, great. Thank you.
But council member, it's worth noting, or because you asked the question highlighting, we are projecting that due to the projected surplus at the end of this current fiscal year, that we will actually not have to draw down our emergency reserve for the COVID-19 expenditures. And so that's an important nuance that is captured within the reports that is before you tonight.
Okay, and I guess so since the last report that was given to us, has any money been spent from that emergency fund?
So the last report covered expenditures from March of 2020, so part of last fiscal year, through December 31st, 2020. We are now closing, we just closed the books on January, and there were some PPE expenditures, as well as we expend funds to do our monthly testing sites that cost the city under $3,000 a month. So yes, there were expenditures since you received that report that ended at the 6-month mark. But that is not presented in this information because that will be in the next 6 months of the fiscal year.
Okay, thank you. And then just one more question, and this is the other question was actually targeted towards our third-party neutral auditor, but thank you for answering City Manager Grogan. But this one is for City Manager Grogan. Where are we with our short-term rental revenue? Are we moving towards receiving any money? Because that would be great to have as part of the report as another revenue source.
Sure. So actually, the auditor is not here for this presentation. The auditor has gone. The auditor was available for the last presentation on the CAFR.
My mistake. Okay.
So that's why I answered that question. With regard to short-term rentals, the City Council did pass an ordinance charging our transient occupancy tax, our hotel room tax, that's now 14%, to short-term rentals. That has not been implemented at this time due to the process to implement that, as well as decreased staffing. We have not implemented that in the first 6 months of this fiscal year. There are two efforts afoot with regard to short-term rentals that's worth mentioning. One is doing a contract with Airbnb that will remit through their platform. Airbnb is the only platform that will configure their platform to charge the TLT tax through the platform and then remit it automatically to the city. And so it takes the host out of it. And so if you own a short-term rental, you put it on Airbnb, you don't receive the money, it essentially is paid by the renter, and then Airbnb reimburses the city. That is the fastest way to collect the revenue sort of takes out middle person. All of the other, and we will negotiate that contract with Airbnb, and we have it wrapped up. The other portion is we have to set up an infrastructure to tax each individual host that is not using Airbnb, because the other platforms currently do not do that. And so if you're on VRBO or whatever system, you're going to have to interface with the city to become registered and to remit money to us every month. It's a more complicated system. And due to the decreased travel and reservations and workload, we have not done that in the first 6 months of the fiscal year. The other effort that we are tracking with regard to this is that there are state legislative conversations about actually mandating all online short-term rental platforms to do what Airbnb will do, which is to, through their system, charge the tax and remit it to the governmental agency. That will vastly streamline and improve our ability to collect revenue from short-term rentals. And so that effort at the state is being talked about, and we are tracking it and even participating in conversations that are happening at the league with regard to that.
Great, thank you.
Questions from council, and if there's any members of the public that would like to, if you could raise your hand, and I will check back after Vice Mayor Medina.
Yes, thank you very much. I think your first, whatever the first slide, good, bad, and good, that's the news we're getting today. Despite all our efforts to get through this, there's an additional $2 million that is unforeseen. Yet still, we have a surplus. So I'll take that win. I'm proud of what we've done. I'm appreciative to staff for all their hard work. So we'll continue going forward. A few questions that I have. So what is the actual projected hotel occupancy that we're anticipating for the next 6 months?
Mr. Vice Mayor, I don't have the occupancy figures. What I do know is that year to date, there's been a 75% decline in receipts. We factored in for the rest of the year as if it were going to continue at that lower level. I don't know how that breaks down as far as what the room occupancies are at the hotels. That is something we probably could get, though.
Sure, thank you. The conversations just brought that question out when I was listening to the data. And then the other observation is we've been working on the master fee study to hopefully improve our revenues through our different departments. And of course, our former finance director was leading that, and he left. So these projections that we're putting in our revenue streams, it doesn't include any increases in the master fee study. And my guess coming to the question now is, when do we anticipate moving forward with that, and when would it take effect from when we implemented that?
Sure. Thank you, Councilmember Medina. So you're absolutely right. As a part of our comprehensive fiscal sustainability project, adjusting our master fee schedule is a key component. We've been hard at work at that, and there's a meeting scheduled next Tuesday, which I believe is March 2nd or 3rd, and where we will be presenting the recommendations of that master fee schedule. And so it's actually important to note that one of the reasons for the master fee schedule is that we need to increase the charges in, for example, our planning department. Right now we charge our planners out at about $70 an hour. Well, most cities, the charge is over $100 an hour, and our cost is actually over $100 an hour. And so, unfortunately, because our fees have not been increased in so long, we have a portrait that we show today in the mid-year budget, where we're actually decreasing planning revenues by $50,000, even though we're sort of at a record peak of activity. It's because our revenues are our fees are so low, and we're not charging our full cost. And that's a long story behind why the fees were not adjusted, but the council knows that we have an effort to increase those fees, so we are not subsidizing private development. And so we will be bringing that forward to the council next Tuesday. There's a process where we will have the policy setting conversation with the city council, but the plan is to have those fees adopted. There's a required noticing period, but have them take effect on July 1 for next budget year, the 21-22 budget year.
Sure. Okay. That's good news. Of course, everybody wished it was sooner, right? But any effort for a phased approach in the short-term rentals would be appreciated. I learned something today about that. Hopefully, the state will follow through and regulate and require all these short-term rental companies to pay the city directly to keep. It just makes sense that it should be done. So those are my questions. It's just nice to know that we're doing the best that we can, and we're going to have a little bit of a cushioning at this time right now. So thank you everybody for your work. It's truly appreciated.
Thank you. We're going to do the last call for any members of the public. I've not seen any hands up, and so I'm going to come back to council, close public, and see if there's any other council members with questions or comments. Councilmember Salazar.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to say, the projections here, they seem conservative, but I'm still a little gun shy because it was a year ago this month that we first got all the bad news about all the things that had fallen through, and that was before we realized that we were going into a pandemic and things would only get worse. So I'm always nervous now about what we're projecting and whether we're being conservative enough. It almost seems like the shortfalls now. There are some unknowns that are now knowns, and so we know not to expect any more TOT, and we know sales tax is going to be down. We know where some is coming, where some isn't coming. We seem to have our arms around that, but looking at the numbers, just as a general fund, it really looks like we're kind of predicting a wash where, the shortfalls that we know about are just being covered by the increases that we do know about. But there's still a level of risk that's out there that I think is maybe not being reflected in this. I saw an article this morning that said that SFO is predicting that it might be 6 years before they recover back to pre-COVID conditions. There may be other businesses that are suffering now. The shelter-in-place affected a lot of businesses, big and small, and I'm wondering how fragile they're going to be in the coming year. And Sears kind of was a surprise to us last year in February. Could there be other retailers that are on the verge, and so really what I'm looking for are some reassurances in terms of if we see
slight downturn in property tax. However, we do track assessed values, which is what property tax is based off of. And what we know is that the property tax that we are all paying this year is actually based on the assessed value that was enrolled in 2020. Actually, July 30, 2020. And so we know that that's the assessed value. And so working with our property tax consultant, we have very good information on exactly what the property tax remittance will be because we know the assessed value. And we are also on what's called the teeter plan, which is if they are not, we are reimbursed from the county 100% of what we put on the roll. And the county has a responsibility for the collection and anything, any interest that they collect on that. But we are reimbursed for what we put on the roll. So we have really good information on property tax. With regard to sales tax, we track that on a quarterly basis with HDL, which is our sales tax consultant. The city receives confidential information on quarterly, actually monthly, but quarterly remittances from each individual business in the city. And so that information, we know what each business is remitting in sales tax. We track it. In addition, while we have not yet received the sales tax payment from Q4 in 2020, so that's the October, November, and December quarter, when Santa typically comes to town, we do know one of the largest components of that revenue source because we have directly communicated with the property taxpayer, and so we know what they paid to the state, and now we're waiting for that money to be remitted to us. That happens in March. And so on sales tax, we have really good information, and we are confident in our sales tax projections. With regard to transient occupancy tax, TOT, the hotel room tax, we have decreased the budget to the current trend, which is roughly a 75% decline from budget. That's actually depressed from last fiscal year because we cut the TOT budget last fiscal year. And so we appear to be almost, I would say, at rock bottom for TOT remittance. And we're only projecting 25% of that revenue source for the remaining fiscal year. And as we go into the reopening tiers, and we may bounce back, absolutely. But we are doing that sort of based on the depths of occupancies at a 25%. What is also not factored in there is the additional 2% of the TOT increase that was passed in November that went into effect in January. We might see moderate, minor payments in that because TOT revenue is so low, but that may interplay to that. And so staff is confident in the revenue projections that are in mid-year budget, and we have projected conservative additional revenue from our sales tax sharing agreement in the first and second quarter of 2021, knowing that the amount of money that we have information on from the last quarter of 2020 is actually the largest quarter because that's when Santa comes to town. And so we are working it at a very, very detailed level and feel confident in the projection.
And just one more point really quickly. Another source of shortfall was the permits that didn't come through because projects were delayed. How confident are we on those projects that were carried over that we that they're still on track in whatever new schedule they're on?
Right. So those major projects that accounted for the $2.5 million in reduced revenue from the last fiscal year that we saw in the audit, when we did the 2021 budget, we spread that out not just in this fiscal year, but over both this fiscal year and next fiscal year. And so that is one of the reasons why we are actually taking down
questions or comments from council? If not at this time, I had some. Councilmember Mason.
I wanted to ask a question about I think because the water rates were kind of surprisingly in just really healthy condition. I wanted to ask now that I'm clear, it's not a third-party auditor or a third-party consultant, just whether, I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is. They're going to bed, I apologize. But whether there's any, I guess traditionally my question is, do these healthy funds stay healthy for a while? Meaning if they're invested conservatively or they're taken care of conservatively, is this something that we're not going to have to worry for a couple of years?
Councilmember, are you asking specifically about water and wastewater then?
Yes, I apologize. Water and wastewater.
So
in both the earlier report and this report, and then I think we had another report, we have had other reports by the city manager, and I see that your history is, and you've worked in various cities. Does that mean we have a healthy forecast for the next couple of years?
what I can say is there are uncertainties that happen in water and wastewater as well. And a big one would be, for example, during drought years, sometimes water rates may go up, people conserve more, and you actually bring in less revenue. Sometimes things are counterintuitive, and we don't know what's going to happen as far as weather, so that's a big uncertainty. Wastewater rates tend to trend along with water rates, so I'm curious about how the water and wastewater went different directions, or why it was so much more dramatic on wastewater. And don't forget that a lot of your water and wastewater rates will need to go towards continuing your capital improvement work. So you're able to put a pause on that for next year. You'll need to continue that effort. You'll need to continue with your capital improvements. And over time, if you don't keep your rates up to, if you don't raise them with the cost of living, it just means down the road there'll be double-digit increases. So you were very prudent in setting 5% rate targets. And I mean, I don't have a crystal ball, but that does not seem unreasonable for an ongoing set of revenue increases to expect.
Okay, and finally, I had questions similar with Councilmember Salazar, and I think they got addressed and answered, and I appreciate that. So, again, I know every finance director always says they want to be conservative, so we'll have to see where our new finance director sits. But it's always, we do project, like in the permits and the other things that the council member was saying, and so it's always nice to be able to finish with a little comfort than it is to be worried toward the end of the finish line whether we will. So I would hope that we continue on that path, and I understand from the city manager is still responsive to the Councilmember Salazar, but that's where I was going a little bit too. Okay, so this is an action item. It is a resolution to approve a second quarter budget amendment for 2021 operating and capital budget. Is there any action from council?
Through the mayor?
Yes.
We adopt a resolution amending the fiscal year 2021 operating and capital improvement budget by approving the budget amendments discussed tonight.
Thank you. Motion made. Hold on, please. Motion made and seconded. Hamilton, I saw that. Hamilton and Salazar to adopt the resolution. May I please have a roll call?
Mr. Mayor, there's a public comment.
Okay. Well, Mr. City Manager, the public comment, I had an opportunity for that. I have a motion on the floor, and I need a roll call, please.
Councilmember Hamilton?
Aye.
Councilmember Mason?
Can't hear you.
Aye. Councilmember Salazar?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Marty Medina?
Aye.
Mayor Rico Medina?
Aye.
Motion
Okay.
carries.
Okay, and what I am trying to do is asking for public input, and had given an opportunity of saying we're going to go back after Vice Mayor Medina. let's go ahead for the public comment, if it could be done quickly, please, so we can go on to the public hearing, which some people have been waiting for. Please.
Okay, Shabina Jalil.
Thank you.
Shabina, I'm trying to unmute you. I'm unable to unmute Shabina Jalil.
Okay. I appreciate the effort. Thank you very much. I'm sorry that we're not able to connect with you at this moment. All right, now we're going to move on to public hearings. Before all of this is read, does council need a break, or are they good to go? Looking for feedback.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Yeah, we could probably have a break. It's been a couple hours.
Because just so
they're running around. I could
yeah,
go to bed really
don't worry
quickly.
about that. No, but with the public hearing, there is like a long presentation. And we do have a reserve night for tomorrow should we not be able to get through this. So my objective would be we take 5, we come back, we have the presentation in its entirety, save our questions for after public hearing. We'll go to the public hearing, and then we'll see how far we get tonight. If it gets too late, I'll do a time check with us all to see if we want to continue it to the next evening. All right?
Sounds great.
All right, thank you all. Let's take 5.
Is that an ice cream cone, Mr. Vice Mayor?
Those little tiny ones.
No,
Better watch mine. Wait.
Okay, I'll just check in with the city manager. Are we ready to begin? Looks like you've got the room almost to yourself. Okay. Why don't we go ahead and reconvene the San Bruno City Council, and we're now on item 7, public hearings. City Clerk.
Okay, I've been preparing for this. Item 7A, hold a public hearing, waive first reading, and introduce an ordinance to make amendments to San Bruno Municipal Code Title 12, Land Use, Article 3, Zoning, to amend Chapter 12.76, Title, Purpose, etc., Chapter 12.80, Definitions, Chapter 12.84, General Provisions, Conditions, and Exceptions, Chapter 12.88, Condominiums, Chapter 12.92, Non-Conforming Lots, Structures, and Uses, Chapter 12.96, Establishment and Description of Districts, Chapter 12.100, Off-Street Parking and Loading, Chapter 12.108, Architectural Review Permits, Chapter 12.132, Public Hearing, and Chapter 12.230, Affordable Housing Program. To rescind Chapter 12.128, Time Limit Renewal and Revocation of Architectural Review Permit, Use Permit, Planned Unit Permit or Variance, Chapter 12.140, Appeals, and Chapter 12.150, Transportation System Management, TSM Program, to rescind and replace Chapter 12.90, Accessory Dwelling Units, and Chapter 12.250, Density Bonuses, add Chapter 12.78, Zoning Administration, and Chapter 12.280, Mixed Use Districts, and to amend the zoning map.
Thank you very much, City Clerk. I appreciate it more than you know. And now I'm going to turn this over to the City Manager, as well as you can introduce who will be with us this evening and presenting, and begin with the presentation.
So, good afternoon, Javon Brogan, City Manager. We are here for an exciting presentation, which is a long-awaited update to our zone code. I will not do what the City Clerk just did and repeat all of the chapters that are being changed. We have a significant team that has worked on this effort, and if we can go to the next slide. We have Pamela Wu, our Community and Economic Development Director, Matthew Newbalmer, our Associate Planner, tons of work from our City Attorney, Mark Zaffarano, and then Kelly Biggs, a Contract Senior Planner who has spent countless hours on this from Good City Company, the principal of that firm, Aaron Ackman, and Barbara Kaus from Goldfarb Lippman, our outside Special Real Estate Counsel, has also had a significant role in this. And so this effort, as the City Council knows, is very much needed to align chapters in our zoning code to allow for more housing to be redeveloped. And there are a number of critical policy decisions that are outlined. We have structured today's presentation such that we will have the comprehensive presentation, and should the City Council get through everything today, we do not need to have tomorrow's meeting. However, we have calendared a continuation of this topic for tomorrow at 5:30. We are totally here to support you. We know that this is a comprehensive update, and many of you saw the Planning Commission presentation. In large measure, this will be very similar. So I will be quiet right now and turn it over to Aaron Ackman, the principal with Good City Company, to take us through the presentation.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager, and good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council. Aaron Ackman with Good City Company, and it's an honor to be back in front of the San Bruno City Council once again. So in terms of tonight's agenda, I will just go over a couple of slides, and then I'll turn it over to Kelly, who did most of this work and knows this proposed amendments the best. So go a little bit about the background, how we go to this point. This is over a decade in the making. Really, Roman numeral 2 here is probably the most important. There's really 4 buckets of policy that's included in these ordinance amendments tonight. As the city manager noted, a lot of this has to do with implementation of 2 important policy documents, the Transit Corridor Plan as well as the General Plan. The second relates to state law consistency. As the council knows, there's numerous state laws passed every single year which mandate that cities make changes to their local code. So we'll go over some of those. C, affordable housing, one of the most pressing needs within the peninsula. This will go to address some of the affordable housing needs and set up regulation, future development related to affordable housing. And then administrative procedure clarification. That's a fancy way of saying if you're a property owner from someone building their single family home up to a multifamily development, what's the process that you will go through and who will be the final approval body? And of course, next steps, and perhaps the most important part, the council discussion of this ordinance amendment. Next slide, please. So the background. This started, as I mentioned, almost a dozen years ago now. In 2009, the City Council adopted the General Plan, and it was actually the first General Plan that was adopted in 25 years. The one before that was the 1984 San Bruno General Plan. So there was a lot of new policy within that plan, including setting up the transit corridor area. And about 4 years later, the transit corridor plan itself was adopted. The council held numerous study sessions, but the code was not yet adopted because of the fact that we still hadn't go through the Measure N process. And then Measure N was passed in 2014, which allowed height increases as well as other density increases in specific areas of San Bruno. 2016, there was a walking tour. Really, we kicked off the code revisions that relate to housing and relate to development in February of 2020 when the council, 1 year ago, adopted a new parking chapter. And as the council knows, parking is an important component because it really does drive costs, in particular related to housing, and is often the biggest obstacle to producing new housing. August of 2020 was the first study session related to the housing-focused zoning update that you're hearing tonight. And finally, in February, a couple weeks ago, the Planning Commission reviewed these ordinances. We had a great discussion, and a summary of that discussion can be found in pages 328 to 330 of the packet, also known as pages 6 to 8 of the staff report. So next slide, please. And at this point, I'll turn it over to Kelly to give you all the details.
Thank you, Aaron, and good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council members. This slide shows you some of the major changes that are proposed to the zoning code through this ordinance. ADUs, density bonuses, condos, architectural review permits, affordable housing, general administration for zoning, and a new mixed-use district are all included in these amendments. So we are really centering on housing here, as Aaron noted. Both in that we're making more land available for multifamily housing and then also strengthening affordable housing requirements themselves, in addition to clarifications to administrative procedures to facilitate the processing of these applications. A more detailed version of this table can be found in attachment 3 to the staff report on this topic, and that should be on page 505 of your packet. So I'll start with an overview of how the ordinance implements the TCB, the housing element, and the general plan. So through the addition of Chapter 12.280, the ordinance codifies the zones identified by the Transit Corridor Plan, creating 5 new zoning districts, outlining new permitted and conditionally permitted uses, and setting forth development standards and design standards to encourage high-quality, pedestrian-oriented design and land uses. One of the big changes for this area is that multifamily residential uses will become permitted throughout these zones, whereas right now it's only permitted in the CBD currently. Retail restaurants and other active pedestrian-oriented land uses will also be permitted throughout these zones. So moving just south of the TCP area, this slide shows the multi-use residential focus area, which is part of the general plan implementation effort. The rezoning of this area is also identified by Housing Element Program 2A, And this zone emphasizes multifamily housing and new development projects, and permitted uses include multifamily housing, restaurants, personal and business services, hotels, and offices. One change is that new retail uses are only conditionally allowed, and that's really to ensure that those kinds of activities are concentrated further north in the existing retail districts. So this slide shows the existing zoning map. The area within the heavy black outline shows the TCP area, and then the dark red outline to the south is that general plan multi-use focused residential area. You can see the existing CBD area here in this red hatched, and then the darker red area, this is the commercial districts through here, and then this lighter red along here is the neighborhood commercial designation, and those are the districts that we'll really be seeing the biggest changes, so I'm just pointing this out here. So now you can see the new zoning districts, which correspond to the TCP and the general plan maps we've looked at in the previous slides. The CBD district is shown in dark red right here, and that will continue to support a vibrant downtown, a destination for residents, workers, and visitors. The TOD station office area is shown here in bright red, and that accommodates more high-intensity residential office and retail centered around the Caltrain station. The medium-density mixed-use district, the TOD1 area, is shown in orange, running along San Bruno Avenue here in Huntington to the north. That allows for a mixture of pedestrian land-oriented uses along those transit corridors, including housing. And then high-density mixed-use district, which is TOD2, this bright purple, runs along El Camino Real, as you can see, also allowing for higher intensity residential and commercial land uses. And then the Civic Center, which is located in the dark purple, that's where everybody knows City Hall and the library and the fire station are all located, and that allows for civic uses. That MXR district that we talked about, located here in pink. And then you'll also notice that a number of parcels will retain their PD zoning. And the reason is that those PD zones were developed recently in order to permit opt-in housing. And those are designed already to be consistent with the TCP. All right, so moving on to the next slide. So this just shows you the amount of land that we're newly permitting multifamily uses in. So everything in that yellow hatched pattern will newly allow multifamily housing. So it is a significant portion of the city. The statistics behind that hatched area include 382 parcels, which adds up to 74 acres of land that will now permit multifamily housing. So that should allow developers to proceed with applications with a predictable entitlement path in mind without legislative changes like a PD zone. And it should also allow the city to implement the housing element. Of course, any application is subject to the development standards and to review by the appropriate review body depending on the size of the project. The next objective for this ordinance is to achieve consistency with state law and land use regulation, and that most specifically relates to the city's accessory dwelling unit chapter, as well as to the density bonus chapter. So I'll just start with a little bit of background to talk about the difference between an accessory dwelling unit and a junior accessory dwelling unit, which I realize is a new term to many. So an ADU can be within, attached, or detached from a primary single-family or multifamily residence. It has to include both a kitchen and a bathroom. And then a junior ADU has to be completely within a single-family residence and must include an efficiency kitchen, but it can share those sanitation facilities or bathrooms with single-family dwelling unit. Junior ADU can only be within an existing single-family, whereas the ADU can be either within multifamily or within single-family. So as council may be aware, 6 new laws went into effect in 2020, which limit the city's discretion pretty severely in regulating ADUs and junior ADUs. So ADUs and JDUs have to be processed ministerially, meaning no discretionary review is allowed. They have to be allowed in all residential and mixed-use zones, the ADUs that is, and then the junior ADUs have to be allowed in single-family zones. An 800 square foot ADU must be allowed regardless of existing floor area and lot coverage for the project site. The ADUs are now allowed in multifamily structures, either within the existing building area or detached. Setback requirements were reduced to 4 feet for the side and rear. The height maximum must be a minimum of 16 feet, so that's what the city has to allow. Maximum floor areas cannot be less than 850 square feet for studios and 1 bedrooms, or less than 1,000 square feet for more than 1 bedroom. So there are some limited areas where the city has discretion, and those include the following topics. So as I mentioned, you have to allow at least 16 feet in height, but you can establish a higher height limit and allow a second story. The ordinance before you tonight does allow a second story, which is consistent with the existing city regulations, which allow 2-story ADUs. But the second story must meet the underlying district setback standards and meet residential design guidelines, daylight plane, and articulation requirements. The city can also choose to allow a higher square footage maximum than what's suggested by state law, and this ordinance does include a provision for large lots that are greater than 7,500 square feet that allows up to 1,200 square feet for the ADU. The city may require replacement parking for junior ADUs. We cannot require it for accessory dwelling units, and that's when a garage is converted. So garage could be converted to either an ADU or a junior ADU. The new ordinance does require that junior ADU replacement parking is provided. The ordinance is also able to and does have requirements for placement of balconies and window openings to be sensitive to privacy issues. And it also has architectural compatibility requirements. Lastly, due to the way that the city's development standards are structured in residential districts, the city could require conditional use permits for ADUs that exceed 800 square feet and exceed permitted floor area and lot coverage. However, to streamline ADU production, the ordinance does not require that, but it does require that the ADU meet the maximum size requirements that are laid out by state law. So moving on to the next topic for state law consistency, this is the density bonus. So the state density bonus gives projects with affordable housing components access to a bonus over the allowed residential density, as well as access to waivers and incentives to make the project feasible. Recently, state law has increased the available density bonus from 35% to 50% for projects with an affordable housing component of a certain size, and then has also increased the density bonus to 80% for projects that are 100% affordable. Projects within a half-mile of transit have even more flexibility on this. This is one of those topics that the city has very limited discretion over. But the new density bonus chapter does set forth clear application requirements, timing, and procedures. It sets forth the maximum allowable density, residential density definition, which helps the city to calculate the density bonus. And then lastly, the chapter also includes references to state law for the available bonus relative to the amount and depth of the affordability provided. And that's really to help the chapter continue to be consistent with state law throughout future cycles, as this seems to be changing really annually at this point. The next objective of the ordinance is to update the affordable housing chapter. So to provide context for this update, this slide shows the city's progress on the regional housing needs allocation as of 2019. As you can see, the city is not on pace with producing housing at any income level pursuant to RHNA, and as discussed earlier, through the addition of the mixed-use district chapter, multifamily housing will now be permitted in far more areas of the city, which should help to address this deficit. But in partnership with that, in addition to increasing the quantity of land that is available for housing, the ordinance also includes changes to the affordable housing chapter to strengthen on-site inclusionary requirements. So this slide shows the requirements that are included in the current ordinance. As you can see, the affordable housing requirements kick in for projects of 5 or more units. Rental projects right now are required to pay a fee rather than providing that on-site affordable housing, but may elect to provide the on-site affordable housing as an alternative to paying the fee. And one of the central amendments to this chapter is to require on-site affordable housing for those rental projects. The reason for this preference for the on-site is, rather than payment of that fee, is that there's a substantial lag time for the city to collect enough funds from all of these projects to actually be able to finance an affordable housing project. So requiring this on-site affordable housing enables the city to produce housing on pace with market rate units. So this slide shows kind of a strike-through showing the changes that we're making to these ratios and requirements. So as you can see, both rental and for-sale projects would continue to be required to provide 15% of units as on-site affordable housing. The rental units would be split evenly between very low, and moderate income groups, and for-sale projects concentrated in moderate income groups at 10% with 5% dedicated to low-income units. Developers would also continue to have access to alternatives, and these could be providing payment of an in lieu fee, providing off-site units, but the findings to allow those alternatives have been strengthened, and those alternatives are only approved at City Council discretion. The ordinance also includes one new alternative, and the intention of that is to target units to different income brackets in line with the city's RHNA deficits. So someone could suggest more very low income units than what's recommended here and fewer units overall, but they have to prove that they would provide the same overall subsidy. And as I mentioned, all of the alternatives would be considered approved at the City Council level. So next we'll move on to the last objective for tonight's discussion, which includes updates to the administrative procedures. So the ordinance includes clarifications to the architectural review permit. We've developed different categories for architectural modifications and additions, as well as for new buildings with associated approval bodies. Minor alterations like a materials change could be approved at the director level, while more major alterations like a complete change in the architectural style of the building could be considered by the ARC. New buildings would be considered by ARC or Planning Commission subject to size thresholds of 6 units or 10,000 non-residential square feet. And then along with these changes, the Architectural Review Committee meetings will become publicly noticed hearings. If ultimately adopted by the Council, those bylaws for the ARC will be updated to formalize these committee meetings as public hearings. Some other edits have been made to the Architectural Review Permit chapter, and those are really regarding making the findings more objective and also clarifying and modernizing the application requirements. A new zoning administration chapter has also been updated to consolidate information on zoning administration that exists throughout the code, such as application completeness and appeals. And then this chapter also adds information on things like processing a modification to an existing planning approval, the expiration periods and extensions of planning approvals, and how to process multiple entitlements with different associated review bodies. All right, so that covers the summary for tonight. Just to show you what the next steps would be, depending on how council chooses to move forward with tonight. After this public hearing, a second reading is required, and then thereafter, the second reading, the ordinance will go into effect in 30 days. So that concludes our presentation for tonight. We are happy to answer questions. Thank you.
Thank you to everyone. With that, what I'd like to go ahead and do, because it is a public hearing, with permission from the team that has made our presentations, and getting close to 10, I'd like to give that opportunity for those folks that may wish to. So if we can open it up to the public. for any comments. Please.
First commenter is Shabina Jalil. Just one moment while I try to get you unmuted again.
Hello?
Hi, can you hear us?
Oh yes, I can hear now.
Okay.
So is there like a size limit to the ADU units?
Why don't you go ahead and ask all your questions, and then they can be taken down and addressed after we're concluded.
So that was my question.
Okay. Is there anything else?
Was there a size limit to the ADU unit?
Okay. All right. We have that down. Was there anything else?
No.
Okay. Well, thank you for your time and comments.
Thank
Is
you.
You're very welcome. Is there anybody else from the public? Seeing no hands and confirm with the clerk, I'll go ahead and ask for action to close public hearing.
So moved.
Is there a second, please? Thank you. Motion made Salazar Hamilton to close public hearing. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, aye. Councilmember Mason, is that an aye? Thank you. Thank you with the thumbs up. Okay, let's bring it back to council for questions, please. And then also, we did have the one question from the speaker. Is there somebody on staff that can take that first question?
Can I make a suggestion that we answer the public question first?
Yeah, that's what I was just asking. Who on staff or on the team can answer that question?
I'm happy to answer that question.
Thank
so
you.
the question is the size limit for ADUs. So yes, there are size limits for both junior ADUs and for ADUs. Junior ADUs are limited to 500 square feet in size. And then it's 850 square feet for a studio or one bedroom ADU on a lot that is less than 7,500, and 1,000 square feet for a unit that contains more than one bedroom on lots that are less than 7,500 square feet. And for lots that are greater than equal to 7,500 square feet, the floor area can go up to 1,200 square feet for the ADU.
Okay. Our director is acknowledging that was a good answer. So the thing is, too, folks may remember, too, that, when we did the ADUs, my memory's going, it was like the city council then decided 640. So the question would be, well, why? Well, state law. So the state has stepped in and increased that. So we do not have the option to say no in that respect. Okay, let's bring it to council, please. Councilmember Mason.
Thank you, both Kelly and Aaron, for the presentation. Very, very helpful. I want to ask, so obviously I understand that we're low on our RENA scores and that we need housing. But when I look at the location of all the majority of changes, I'm just thinking of, I'm looking at my notes because I always forget what it's called, but the Southline project and the new project in the old movie theaters in South City, neither of which are on our, San Bruno, but both of which are going to have great impacts on our traffic and our streets. And so I'm just wondering if that is given any consideration when you looked at the zoning updates that needed to be done. And this may even be for Director Wu, I don't know. But I know Southline, earlier when we had spoken with them, were anticipating 11,000 employees a day in a parking lot that was estimated to fill 6,000 spots. And that just, it's a lot, it's a lot of, part of it is I understand the future of, whatever is being planned for our city, but the other part of it is, how realistic is it going to be to get around the city? Our streets aren't that wide. We don't have a lot of one-way streets.
Pamela, did you want to take this one, or do you want me to take a shot and you can fill in if I missed anything?
I could, good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. I can take this one. Javon's just checking in to see if you want to say something or no, go ahead. So through the Mayor, this is a great suggestion, Councilmember Mason. I do want to emphasize that the scope for this current zoning code update is focused on aligning the general plan and also TCP. It's been in the works for, like Aaron said, dozens of years ago. So as we do want to focus on how the South Line project and also other South City projects are affecting the city, maybe that will be delayed in the next phase. And that is a great suggestion. We are barely catching up to the previous housing cycle by doing the zoning code update. I'm sure there will be more zoning code update coming your way when we're preparing the next housing element, and that element will definitely be factored into the consideration.
Thank you. And so as these zoning codes are being updated, are conversations being had with other departments to ensure that colleagues are aware that there's going to be a change in zoning which is going to impact their work? So that we're not approving plans and then we're not ready for what that actually means in implementation.
As I mentioned, so the zoning code is to complement the TCP, which was adopted years ago, and also the general plan. So a lot of the project has been reviewed by other departments against the city's general plan and also the TCP. There's really nothing new in the zoning code other than to bring the out-of-date state code requirements such as ADU and density bonus. We are aware that we need to talk to our counterparts, making sure the right hand's talking to the left hand. So we will, after council adopts the zoning code update, the team will be reaching out to other city departments to talk and also to let the planners know to talk in detail what is the adopted changes.
Okay, great, thank you. And then my other question is, I did catch Kelly's comment that the ADU over 800 square feet is a discretionary determination that can be reviewed. And so can you talk a little bit more about that, some benefits, some pros and cons, and what you've seen other cities do?
So, and Pamela, you can feel free to chime in on this too. But just to clarify the regulation, so we basically have to permit an 800 square foot ADU no matter what. If it's exceeding maximum floor area and lot coverage, we still have to permit it. If someone was to have a primary residence that either is at max floor area or max lot coverage, and then they want to develop like an 812 square foot ADU, technically you could have discretionary review of that, so that could go to, I believe it would be the ARC, is that right, Pamela?
That would, depending on the location, it would either be a conditional use permit for maximizing the 50% or maximizing or exceeding the lot coverage, that sort of a discretionary review. So it would be a two-tier process. You would go to architectural review for the architectural compatibility and then planning commission for the actual use permit.
And I think just the cons of doing that is that it's kind of an arduous process for the homeowner, and we're really talking about such a small increase in square footage. It's like 50 square feet for a one bedroom. That I think staff just wouldn't necessarily recommend going forward with that.
Right, and to clarify, so what the zoning ordinance amendment proposed to do is to eliminate the discretionary review for ADUs that are exceeding the FAR, the minimum lot coverage, and this and that, so that we're streamlining the production of ADUs. We're not putting homeowners who want to add, like Kelly said, an extra 15 square feet onto ADU through an arduous process, just because they need to, they can, and then want to build a slightly bigger unit.
Yeah, and I will say I've heard from a number of people how difficult it has been to build an ADU in San Bruno, so I do understand some of this is going to relieve that. But I still am not exactly clear, and I apologize to both of you. Because I think what I'm doing is I'm mixing different size units, because I also remember hearing you say something about 1,200 square foot unit. So is that because that has to do with a larger, like a 2-bedroom? Is that what it is?
It's a larger ADU, but it also has to be on a really large lot, a 7,500 square foot lot. And on those lots, I really wouldn't expect that you're seeing an exceedance of floor area or of lot coverage just due to the size, unless they have a giant primary residence, which I don't think is common in San Bruno.
Okay, and then right before you go to Vice Mayor Medina, just one more question along the same lines of ADUs. With the ADU and the junior ADU, what is the difference in parking requirements, if any? What discretion does the city have around parking?
Sure. So it's a bit complicated. The junior ADU, there's no parking required for the unit itself. But say I have a 2-car garage and I, convert part of my primary residence in one space of the garage to be a junior ADU. The city can and will require you to have a replacement parking spot for that space that you've eliminated elsewhere on your lot. And that could be in a driveway. It doesn't have to be another covered spot, but we just don't want to compound the situation in single-family neighborhoods that are short on parking, where we can kind of seek some relief for that. For accessory dwelling units, in very limited instances, the city can require one space for the accessory dwelling unit. It has to be located far from transit, and transit for ADUs is defined as like a bus stop, so I would really expect very limited areas where we can require this one parking space, and you cannot require any replacement parking if you convert your garage to an accessory dwelling unit.
Great, thank you.
Councilman. Vice Mayor Medina, can I just ask a real quick general one, and then have a good. Thank you. Just really quick for me and the rest is, how much of this is led and driven actually by the state versus the local? Okay, so just so that's really clear, because obviously just on the ADU size, it doesn't matter because what we had option then, we went below that to try to minimize that size. But just a general question then to the Vice Mayor.
Sure, yeah, it is very limited, especially with the accessory dwelling units. State law has a lot of very specific regulations about what cities can and cannot do. And really, cities have the opportunity to be more lenient in ways than state law, more permissive, but certainly not less permissive than state law. And then for density bonus as well, really entirely driven by state law. The changes to the zoning code with the new mixed-use district are really driven entirely by existing plans, such as the TCP and the general plan, and are targeted at helping us meet those RENA allocations and fulfilling the housing element.
Thank you. And if there's something else, I'll go to the Vice Mayor, please.
Yes, I wanted to welcome back first Aaron Ackman. It's good to see my former coach here in San Bruno of the San Bruno Giants. 20 years ago, maybe, Aaron?
A while back.
Yeah. So welcome back.
Thanks.
Thank you and Kelly for your work and all staff for this work. A long time coming. So I basically, to me, it comes down to two things. There are things here that we have to do. State law, so that's really easy. Not going to object to that. So let's go ahead and proceed and go ahead with that. Okay, those things that we have a say in there are 3 or 4 maybe in there. This kind of stuff is kind of hard for me to track, but I just want to put that out there, knowing the hour that we're at, and I honestly was thinking we're going to have a lot longer presentation, and kind of go through some of the things that we had a little bit more choice in doing, but I just wanted to put that out front. I was able to ask a couple questions to staff, and I thank them for Pamela for answering them. the tricky one for me is this density bonus. And so they can go higher than our height limit. So we have a Measure N passed for a certain area of our city in the transit corridor plan, but now south of Crystal Springs, a developer could go to 5 stories. And that's my understanding of it. So, okay. Now, how could they do that? Do they have to follow setback requirements? Or is it pretty much we're going to see these boxes potentially on the south side of our city?
I can take it first. Oh, Pamela, did you want to answer?
I'll take a stab at it, and then feel free to chime in. So Vice Mayor Medina, that's a great question. If you don't mind, I'll do probably some sort of a density bonus 101. So as Kelly mentioned, density bonus is driven completely by state law. So local jurisdiction has very, very little left discretion over it. If you're a developer proposing a density bonus project, so you would have to come into the city, talking to the city staff and saying, I am proposing a density bonus application. And there is an application form that we're currently developing that is called the density bonus permit application. It talks about the level of affordability. So the first criteria for a density bonus is that they have to add additional affordability into the project. Given the level of affordability, that decides the number of concessions or incentives that they can qualify. They would also have to outline what these are. They can be height increase. They could be a setback reduction. They could be increased density beyond the city allows, or a number of different standards. Keep in mind, in the world of density bonus, there are other terminology that are very similar. They're called the waivers, incentives, and sometimes the planners call them gimmies. If you read the state law, they actually have a different standard than the city ordinance. For instance, parking. If you're a density bonus project, you qualify for a different parking ratio than what the city would obviously require you to do so. And that's what we call a gimme. But an incentive or a concession is something different. For instance, the setback and limit and height and things like that. However, the city can also respond to the developer based on their concession. Some are feasible and some are not feasible. So that's when the city starts negotiate with the developer. So that's kind of a density bonus 101. So for instance, if a developer comes in and wanted to do a more denser, higher, less setback development south of Crystal Springs, they will make that proposal to us, and then we'll have to evaluate and then start talking to the developer like that, and really looking at the level of affordability to see if they qualify for these concessions.
Right, and if they were 100% affordable, like in the presentation, then they would qualify for those gimmies or
a number of concessions. And Aaron and Kelly reminded me that there was actually one more state law that went into effect this year, I believe January 2021, that increased the amount of incentives and concessions if you're going 100% affordable.
Okay, yeah. I'm glad somebody else knows way more about that than me. But what it comes down to is these are things that are brought on by the state. Councils can't do anything about it. So I'd like to concentrate on the things that we have a say about. And if we're going to try to do that tonight or we're going to do that tomorrow, I think that would be kind of the dividing part for me, where I'm not going to object to everything that we have to do, and that if we concentrated on the things that we can actually decide on, and one of them was those ADUs on the size limits and the heights, depending on the lot coverage, all that stuff you were talking about. So that would make it easier for me to be able to just give you a clearer answer to. So I'll be quiet now, and I'll listen to my colleagues as they add other questions. And I'm so glad 2 of them were on the Planning Commission before, so to help us out. So appreciate that, Tom and Linda.
Council Member Hamilton, please.
So, one question I wasn't going to ask, but just hearing what Vice Mayor Medina was saying about the area south of Crystal Springs. So if somebody came in, those lots are incredibly shallow in terms of, how the width of the lots from El Camino to the back border of them. So, with any type of setback ordinance would make it physically impossible to build a 5-story building, unless it was going to be really weird looking. So, are we saying that would it pretty much have to be a 100% affordable building in order to be able to waive the height limits and waive the setbacks and build a box?
No. So it's not exactly to build a box. Basically, for a density bonus project, they have varying levels at which they qualify depending on if they're providing very low, or moderate income housing, and it's not 100% affordable. I think that it starts around 5%, very low. They can start requesting density bonus. And the reason that the waiver is in place is because, I'm trying to get a density bonus. I'm building more units than what's permitted by your existing zoning, so I need more space. I need either height, I need a break in a setback, I need a break in a setback. So that part is really physical. And then the incentives and concessions are really more financially related, and those are based on what percentage and what depth of affordability they're providing. And those are to help the developer to be able to finance and offset the cost of the affordable units. But they're also, while they have to prove a financial relationship, they are also things like setback standards, parking requirements, things like that.
Okay, thank you. What I was planning to say was, first of all, thanks to everyone for all this work. I don't think it can be understated the enormity of this task, as evidenced by the number of people who worked on it, as we saw in the beginning of the slide. So this is really and it's, as was stated earlier, this is a long time in coming. And once we can get this out the door, a lot of the complaints that we hear about how difficult it is to do things here will be addressed, and that's huge. There's a lot of really, really important changes here, and among the most important, I think, is that we're doing what we can to discourage the use of the in lieu fee. In a perfect world, we would only want to see it used in a spot where building affordable housing makes no sense at all. Way, way, way far away from transit, way, way far away from services. Somewhere where it makes no sense to build affordable housing. That's the only place I would really want to see anybody use them in. We have to do everything that we can to get the developers to actually build the units and not pay into the fee, because it's so difficult to convert those dollars into units, and it takes so long. So I'm really, really glad to see that the amount of focus on that in this plan, and especially the requirement to elevate that decision to City Council if people are requesting the use of the unit fee, because we're gonna hold those folks to account. Why can't you build them? So I just wanted to note that for members of the public who may have missed that nuance in all of this, how important that is. I don't have a whole lot of questions because I've seen this already, and I just wanted to reiterate my thanks to everybody who worked on this plan. Thank you.
Councilmember Mason.
Thank you, Mayor. This is just a question probably for Director Wu. Just listening to the idea of just box buildings going up is a little worrisome. I think one of the charms of San Bruno is that we have so many different characters and styles of houses. And so just from my time in planning, I remember asking about architectural design guidelines. And my understanding is that typically they're housed as part of the zoning process. So of course tonight I'm not expecting to see any of that, but I am curious to know if that's somewhere where we might be headed at some point, so that we don't just have a bunch of boxes in this area?
And I hope we don't. So any new housing development greater than 2-3 units, they would have to go through an architectural review process. Right now, they go through the architectural review committee. In the future, in our streamlined process, they will first go to planning commission for articulation of their design. We have a very well-built, mature design guidelines stipulated in the zoning code. We discourage box design. In the TCP, there's step backs, there's landscaping, there's front yard variation. We strive for the best design we can. I think when we're focusing on density bonus, setback and height limit is one of the concessions that they can ask for, but that's only one. They're not asking to waive all of the development standard, or they're not asking to waive any architectural review. So we will still want to make sure that this is a compatible product for City of San Bruno.
Okay, thank you.
I just had maybe another general question I'll see about Councilman Salazar. So where in the next 5 years do you see the development might be, result in? So what areas do you see in our community that in the next 5 years might see more of the development that we're bringing into the zoning?
If I have a ball or a crystal ball, I would really see development happening in our TCP area along El Camino, San Bruno. This is where developers are calling right now, and we would have to explain to them a long entitlement process. You need to go through ARC, Planning Commission, twice council, because you need to get a PD. A lot of time you're also working on a lot of just entitlement to get a development ready. Once the zoning is ready to accommodate these changes, developers were coming in and want to populate along San Bruno and El Camino, so that they're the TOD of development. They're next to transit. They're along highway. So that's where I see maybe south of Tanfran, north of Crystal Spring, on El Camino, and in our downtown.
Yeah, I think the director got that exactly right. And to Councilmember Hamilton's point, as you get further down and south on El Camino Real, the lots tend to get more narrow, which actually just gives it's just a physical constraint for development, where they're, from a market standpoint, they're just not as likely to turn.
Okay. City Manager?
Sure. Why don't I chime in on that? It's important to note that what we're seeing now, as we come out of COVID, is not a lot of interest in multifamily housing right now. Now, we believe that will come back. Where the development interest is right now, and the developers that we're talking to that want to get projects entitled, is in office. Because we have the glide path out of COVID-19, and what the office market is seeing, and what we're hearing, is that long-term they're actually projecting more space than fewer space. So the trend over the last 10 years to take people out of the cubicles and have co-working spaces and put people together is actually going back to more individualized space, and office developers are actually projecting to see more space. And so right now, there's actually sort of today more pressure on the office market than we're seeing on the residential market. And so in answering the question, where do we see in 5 years, knowing that these projects take sometimes a year to be entitled, a year to get their construction permit, and 2 years to build, if we're simply looking at that 5-year horizon, we actually may see more office development in the next 5 years than residential development if the residential marketplace doesn't pick up. And that's a factor of reduced rents on market-based housing right now, and just where the type of projects that are being financed.
Okay, thank you. Any more questions or comments from council at this moment? Okay, so let's circle back to something the Vice Mayor asked. Yeah, it was more specified, right? So it probably divides it, because a lot of this is state-oriented. But I don't know if you had something in specific, or if I can try to ask Kelly if there are the areas that the city has more local control over. I think that's what your point was, Vice Mayor. And if those can be tackled one at a time, I think there's maybe 3, 4, whatever. But you know best. So let me turn it over to you, or Mr. Ackman.
Sure. So I think the two areas that you want to know where you have discretion over are the density bonus and the accessory dwelling unit and junior accessory dwelling unit chapters. So for the density bonus, the areas where the city has discretion are extremely limited. You basically have discretion over what you require in your application, how you define maximum allowable residential density, and that's kind of it. Otherwise, the chapter really references state law. For ADUs and junior ADUs, the areas of city discretion include whether or not you'll allow two-story ADUs. So you have to allow a 16-foot height for ADUs, but anything you allow above that is up to you. The city currently allows, I believe, a height limit of 25 feet for two-story ADUs, so we did try to stay consistent with that to continue allowing two-story ADUs. The next item for ADUs is whether or not the city should allow more than 1,000 square foot ADUs for larger lots. The ordinance does include a provision that allows for a 1,200 square foot ADU for lots over 7,500 square feet. You can choose to require or not require replacement parking for junior ADUs. You can choose to have privacy sensitivity requirements and architectural compatibility requirements. And then lastly was that item that Councilmember Mason asked about the review authority for new ADUs that are larger than 800 square feet where the primary residence and the ADU do exceed permitted floor area and lot coverage. So I know that's kind of a long list, but I hope that helps to answer your question.
No, that's very helpful. Thank you. And I saw the Vice Mayor writing quite quickly.
I can show my slide again, too, if you want to discuss.
Vice Mayor, does that help kind of break it down a little?
Yeah, that's really helpful. I'm going to that slide, and some of those are kind of easy for me. That things that we already allow seems reasonable. The ones that the parking replacement one for the junior ADU, I mean, in some neighborhoods, two or one more car in the neighborhood will create this domino effect of people just scrambling even harder for parking. So let's go, if we can get some guidance, and maybe we can do a straw poll of like everybody's cool with that, and get through this then.
You're just asking to take a bullet point at a bullet point?
Or unless somebody has something that they really don't like, right? I mean, there's a lot of things to say yes to here. The things that are obvious, that are by the law, I'm saying yes, but the things, at least that's how I feel. I don't want to get caught on one thing holding this up. And I think requiring replacement parking, and maybe there'd be some analysis on what areas have trouble with parking. I think I know a lot of those areas, but for the replacement parking of the junior ADUs, I think we should have replacement parking.
Yeah, I have on the parking, but we have Council Member Hamilton's hand up.
I thought that the current proposal is that the current requirement is that junior ADUs do require replacement parking.
Correct.
And then with the regular ADUs, we don't have any option.
Yep. Okay.
To require parking. So I think this question is already answered for us.
That's wonderful. Then I'm good. So we are requiring replacement parking for junior ADUs. Okay. And we're going to allow two-story ADUs, and so we're already on number 4. So we do have privacy requirements.
Yes, and these are consistent with what's in the previous ordinance as well. It's basically things like raising the sill height on side-facing windows, trying to locate entrances that don't face rear and side property lines where we know that those setbacks are going to be tighter.
Okay.
And the one thing I'll add is that seeing these ordinances up and down the peninsula, really those are the two things that councils focus on the most and that they hear the most concerns from neighbors about is where you can, are you providing replacement parking where the city has discretion? And the second is these ADUs are a lot closer to the property lines, especially in the backyards than most of the homes are. Do you have privacy requirements? So those two are included in the ordinance.
And it's a 4-foot setback?
4-foot side and rear setbacks. And then if it's an existing structure that they're converting or demolishing and rebuilding, then it just goes where the existing structure is. It does have to meet the building code requirements, though, and fire safety.
All right. We got through these 6 already then.
Is there anything else on this slide, or I'll stop sharing?
I'm good.
Did Vice Mayor, did that take care of those questions? Or?
Yeah, I thought there was one more for the large lots, right?
Yes. So there's the option to allow more than 1,000 square feet for an accessory dwelling unit for large lots, which we're determining as equal to or greater than 7,500 square feet.
And there's a 1,200 square foot allowance for those that are over 7,500 square feet. That's an addition, right? Am I clear on that? I'm sorry.
That's the maximum for the total size of the accessory dwelling unit.
Okay.
Does that make sense? So not 1,200 plus 850, but just 1,200 would be the maximum size.
The maximum for a lot that has greater than 7,500 square feet.
Through the mayor on that same question.
Yeah, please, Councilmember.
Thank you. It's over 7,500. I just want to make sure this is residential, and just how many, because our standard lot size I thought is about 5,000, maybe 5,200. So how many are we really talking that would fit within that mold?
So I could take a stab at this. You're right. Most of San Bruno was developed, 2,500 to 5,000 square foot lots. As you get in the hills and you go west of 280, you start to see, more of, there's a lot of lots that have strange angles to them, so they may get up to 7,500 square feet. But they are relatively rare and almost exclusively west of the 35. I'm sorry, yeah, west of the 35 is where most of them are.
Other questions from council? Council members, where'd you go? Oh, there you are. Councilmember Salazar, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't have any questions. I was just going to make a comment that I agree. Whoever said that, I think it was Tom who said it's been a long time coming, and we've been trying to chase down these corrections for a while. Unfortunately, the bulk of this, everything that's significant in these changes is mandated by the state, so we don't have a lot of discretion in it. It would be nice to have a little bit more flexibility. And another thing that's very unfortunate is that we are impacting in these decisions the neighborhoods that are already most impacted. And so where there's already most density, probably because of its proximity to transit, we're going to increase the density. And it's not exactly fair, but it is what makes sense for a lot of reasons in terms of having it near transit, and being that we've already done a lot of work in building out these designs. It is very important that we get all these plans aligned, that we get everything basically in a package that was going to make development possible, because that was really the purpose of developing the transit corridors plan, is to streamline as much as possible, and this is I believe probably our last step in making that all possible. So it's been over a decade in the making, and it's I'm glad we're at this point. I'm glad that we're going to be able to take some steps toward making these projects possible. But I know that the actual process may still be painful, especially for the people that are in the area and that are going to be impacted by these projects going forward. But it's worth mentioning again that our hands are tied on most of this, and if we want to do our share to build the housing, we're going to have to generate those impacts, and there's really very, very little we can do to get around it. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else from my colleagues? Any other final questions? I'm seeing no hands, and I'm not seeing any virtual or other. Okay. This was a public hearing. We had public hearing. That was closed. This is an action item, and just concluding, obviously this is something that we've wanted to get done. We are getting done, and want to thank you, and we'll see how the vote goes. Maybe I should hold off my thank you. So this is, there's waive the first reading. Do I have action on that?
I'll make a motion that we
We
waive.
have Hamilton, Medina, roll call, please. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Hamilton.
Aye.
Councilmember Mason.
Aye.
Councilmember Salazar.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Marty Medina.
Aye.
Mayor Rico Medina.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you. And now there's, I'd like to introduce the ordinance, please.
I'll make a motion to bring forth the ordinance approval.
I'll second.
Thank you. Salazar, Hamilton, roll call, please.
Councilmember Hamilton.
Aye.
Councilmember Mason.
Aye.
Councilmember Salazar.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Marty Medina.
Aye.
Mayor Rico Medina.
Aye. So thank you all to the team, staff, and Mr. Atkins. Haven't seen you before the council in quite a while. It brings back memories. But thank you for all of your work, and thank you for getting it to the finish line. And Pamela, thank you, and Kelly, all of you. Appreciate it very much. And enjoy the rest of your evening.
Mayor Medina, I did just want to note for the public that this action does mean that tomorrow night's council meeting will be canceled.
Thank you for that clarification. Yes, we will not be continuing this item. Therefore, there will not be another public hearing which would have occurred tomorrow. Therefore, the meeting will not be taking place tomorrow.
And we will post a cancellation notice to the website.
Thank you. All right, let's move on to item number 8, comments from council members. Item 8, Councilmember Mason, request for an update on the status of revenue-generating ballot measures approved by the voters in the November 2020 election. Councilmember.
Yeah, no, there's nothing long. Just asking City Manager if we could have a quick update on what the status is of the 2 measures. I believe one's been implemented, but if you could just give us an update on where we are with it, and then the cannabis measure, what the next steps are.
So just real quick on the TOT, I think that went into effect. I'm going to need help. I think it went into effect in January. And so I don't know that they've closed out the January books to have any real solid data. But I know, I think March, April, they'll come back for the budget and all that. So I don't know if they have information or you want to wait until then. Or I don't know if they have enough. And the finance director, we can't put that on her. It's too soon.
Yeah, no, I think just people have been asking what happened after they passed. So I believe you're correct in that it went into effect January 1st. I don't know that there's been a report given, and I think we're going to be getting one. So if we could just get a quick update, that'd be great.
City Manager?
Sure. So the mayor is correct. The increase in our TOT, our transient occupancy tax, was adopted by voters in the November 2020 election. The rate went from 12% to 14%. that did take effect on January 1st. The city did do all of the required noticing to our hotel operators. They collect the hotel room tax in January, and then they remit that in the following month, so in February. And so we do not have all of that data compiled yet, nor has everyone submitted for January. And so we will have that information the next time we return to you, and that will be during our budget conversations for the upcoming 21-22 fiscal year. And so we will have our budget retreat either late March or early April, as is typical, and we can provide an update then. With regard to the other revenue measure that was on the ballot, giving the city the ability to charge taxes on marijuana enterprises should they be allowed in San Bruno, that is now on the books, and the city does have that discretion, but there are not currently regulations allowing marijuana businesses in San Bruno. That has come up a number of times at city council meetings, and what we have said is that that would be talked about and potentially placed on staff's work program when we talk about the city council's strategic initiatives for next year. And we are having the city council's retreat on March 12th and March 13th, where that discussion will take place.
You're on mute.
Thank you. And then, Mayor Medina, I just have a couple of their comments, but not for discussion.
No,
so,
please.
Yeah,
Or you know what? And I'm sorry. Council member, did anybody else have anything they wanted to ask or add to that? Vice Mayor?
I'll have something later I want to ask.
Oh, yeah.
But not about this. Yes.
But yeah,
Sure.
Thank you. I should have done that. And is there any members from the public? Seeing none. Okay, so let's go. Councilmember Mason, please continue with your items.
Great. I just wanted to ask, not just as a for the next meeting, if we could have an update on the letter to Recology regarding the cancellation of German fees and whether we've received a response. And then I just wanted to, and I've got my notes, and then I actually meant to say this earlier, I just wanted to echo my fellow council members. I'm really disappointed in the lack of local jurisdiction around some of these zoning codes. I feel like our cities are slowly being taken away from us, and at some point I just wonder why we're even voting on some of these issues if we really don't have a choice. So with that said, that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Medina.
Yeah, a couple things. One, Councilman Hamilton and I were appointed to the Clean San Bruno Action Committee, and I just wanted to give a little update that we've been having community meetings. We've had 2 so far, taking input from our community, developing a slide deck of what the problems are and how we could move along. And we'll be announcing another meeting here soon. Our goal is to be able to provide an official update prior to the council retreat, so we could bring this forward. The second thing is Thursday, Second Harvest is occurring at Bel Air, 450 3rd Avenue from 2:45 to 4:15. If you or somebody you know needs food, you can call Second Harvest. Register 650-610-0800. But if you really need food on Thursday, you can show up and you can register on the spot. Try not to show up very late because we have run out of food, and it's a terrible thing. And lastly, just even though we're in the red tier, everybody keep your guard up, wear your masks. Don't do anything unnecessary. We've gotten this far, and we want to make sure that we get through this. So stay safe. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Hamilton.
Marty, you said that the second harvest starts at 2:45. With the time change, or did you mean 1:45? You're on mute.
Yes.
You're still on mute.
I think
the second harvest starts at 1:45. Everybody.
He's agreeing with you.
Yeah. You're absolutely right. I got my numbers wrong.
And I'll echo. If you're in need and want to come out to that event, please come as early as you can to get your spot in line, because we have been running out because there's been so much need. And then my other comment, actually, Marty said most of it. We're moving into the red tier here very shortly, in another hour or two, which is great. But this is not the time to take a victory lap. You absolutely have to keep wearing masks. You have to keep practicing social distancing. You have to keep being smart. If you get vaccinated, that doesn't mean that you still can't spread COVID to other people. So you still need to keep all of those safety measures in place, even once you've had both vaccines. So I wanted to reiterate that for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. If see no other hands, I'll finish off. One, I went ahead and did something. I appointed Michael Salazar to the Measure A Oversight Committee, which I don't have the authority. He's on the Measure K Oversight Committee, which is appointed by our supervisor, Dave Hine. So, yes, I don't have that kind of authority. So I wanted to correct that. And then also wanted to welcome our new finance director. So I know walking in, the council member does have, I know walking in to going on, the budget upcoming, she's not going to have a lot of time to sit back, and but we look forward to hearing from her. And then why don't I go to Councilmember Salazar, and then I'll adjourn.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was just going to add to the, I was going to mention the same thing that you brought up, the Measure K Oversight Committee. Measure K used to be Measure A in one incarnation, but there was a previous Measure A and Measure W, and in fact, both of those are administered by the Transportation Authority. So actually, you're a part of the oversight board on those. But I just wanted to clarify that there are different Measure A's, and so it is confusing at times because those letters keep getting recycled. But I just wanted to add to that. I think it's great that we're moving toward the red tomorrow. We're taking some steps forward on getting to a better situation, but there are still a lot of regulations, and social gatherings are still banned by the state, and so let's be mindful of that, and just keep working toward making these things better so that we can get done with this faster.
Yes, and just like any of them, there is the CAFR and the audits and the outside entity to come in to review, and as the documentations that they have to provide to the county on our. So thank you. And so with that said, appreciate staff, appreciate council. I think we got through a lot, and I don't know how to say this to you, but I don't know what we're all going to do tomorrow night, but I don't think we'll be here. So please make use of it and enjoy time in the right way with the right measures to make everybody safe. And then all I would want to do is we talked about earlier when Jennifer Dianos, it is very sad that we have an unfortunate time that's come in our nation, which is over 500,000 persons have passed due to COVID-19. And as we all probably know, at the White House, they had a moment to reflect and to honor. And if you see on the news some of the families not being able to say goodbye, right? Having to have a nurse hold up a phone, or they just don't have the breath. It's devastating. And there's more and more stories that we know of, or we know people when, almost a year ago, everybody said maybe people are overreacting. But with the sadness in this nation, we have lost over 500,000 people to to COVID-19. So in their honor, and in our hopes and prayers for their families and for the future of this nation, I would like us to adjourn in a moment of silence our meeting tonight. and we'll go ahead and adjourn to the next regular city council meeting, which will be held on March 9th, 2021 at 7 p.m. Everyone be safe and enjoy, and we will be talking soon.